Live from the Crescent City and Coast to Coast Online, welcome to Road Gang Radio, your highway hub for stories, laughter, and the spirit of the road with the one and only Jimmy Mack. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning. We are broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios in the heart of the Crescent City. And by the way, our friends at Fastport who are helping us put together an amazing party over here on the 23rd of July. And I bring this up not as one of those ways of saying, I got a boat and you don't. It's one of Dave's big fears, by the way. He always used to say, don't talk about your boat. Don't talk about your cars. Don't talk about all that stuff. That's kind of changed over the last couple of decades in regards to how people talk and relate to one another on the air and in the real. But Dave does have a point. Don't talk about things you know that other people don't have or don't have access to. You have access to this party, by the way. If, in fact, you can make it down here to the Crescent City on July the 23rd, we would love to have you join you. It's going to be a bourbon tasting in the building next door. Gabriel Santana, good friend of both Brad Bentley and myself, will be coming up from Sao Paulo to make a signature drink. It is the Tales of the Cocktail Week. We're going to have gumbo, andouille sausage gumbo. We're going to have some potato salad as well. We got a terrific band that not only is hip-hop and happening called The Coven, but they actually leave a little room for people like Dave Nemo, Lindsay Lawler, Andy Polyakov, if he wants to join us, and Matt Beach, who also plays a cigar box guitar.
Are they going to play hip-hop, or are they just hip-hop and happening?
No, that is hip-hop and happening, by the way.
Cool.
I mean, if they play hip-hop, it's going to be a very differently arranged version of hip-hop, I can promise you that.
I feel like they're going to do a version of Gin and Juice, which I'm okay with.
Which, by the way, the Gourd does one of the greatest covers of all time of Gin and Juice. It makes you realize how close the culture of Compton is to the culture of Appalachia. I'm just saying. All of that, by the way, is being arranged and brought together by not only us here at RadioNemo.com, where you can find us on 365, but by our friends at Fastport, who solve America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, Kansas City, Missouri is the destination for Junker. He's going over to Boot Barn, making his drop-off, and then getting a 34-hour reset. Good morning to you, Junker. We'd love to hear from you, but if you can't call, any of you guys can give us a call at 615-292-6366. It's going to be a racked, packed, and stacked show. Lindsay LaRue, no more than two, will be actually putting on her shoes and joining us for country and western music, and that's guaranteed. Don't be surprised if she calls in and joins us in the second half of the show earlier, maybe a little bit later. She's overtaken a vacation. As you guys know, she's made no secret about this. Her husband, Seamus, lost both his parents in less than about a month time. This is their first summer on the Cape, where he is going to be spending it without the benefit of either one of his parents being there. So when she drops in. We'll take any Lindsay we can get.
Absolutely, 100%. And I'm also working on some connection issues behind the scenes, so hopefully that will be fixed and we can get her on as soon as possible.
Yeah, and guys, one of the things that we've been kind of playing with here is our ability to broadcast remotely. We've been kind of cooking up that because that's going to be important at the end of the month when we head over to TXTA in Austin.
We will have that fixed for sure, because I got with the myth.
Oh, we got a plan.
Oh, we got a plan, baby.
It just arrived last night
exactly.
in an email. No, I'm not concerned. We're not having problems over here. We're actually taking the next step so we can go and do all that kind of stuff. Make this really clear. This isn't a glitch. This is the next step. We wish it would have arrived at noon yesterday as opposed to last night. No, it's fantastic. A lot of stuff is onboarding here. As you guys know, our friends Trucking with OIDA, with Scott and Ashley, is going to be after the show here, starting at 11 o'clock in the morning in the center, noon over in the east, and people are already jumping in the phones. Who do we got, Phone Master Dre?
Man, I was going to jump on and tell him a few things, but I might just have him hold on over. But, Chowder, and we don't know where he is. We're just going to let him tell us. What's up, bud?
What's going on, Jake?
Morning, brothers.
How you doing?
Morning, road dog, rebellious rebels of the road.
You darn tootin'. Laugh while you can, monkey boy, because the road gang resistance is a-coming for you. Go on, please.
That's right. We're just out here trying to make $1. Apparently, Chowder's going to have a Spam and ramen noodle paycheck. Couldn't get a load yesterday, so I had to go fishing. Got up this morning to go get my load at Menards, and apparently my driver's side window switch decided that was a good time to tap out because it had 4 days off. So spent 35 minutes chasing down fuses and everything, get the dang window to work. You got to love these new plastic trucks that are put together nowadays, you know. But so we got her going. Now we're out working. I just want to call and say hello. Hope everybody had a happy, good 4th. Prayers and condolences out to Miss Double L Squared, Lindsay Lawler. I hope they find a little bit of time to reflect and rejoice on the memories of their passings, of family gatherings, and get a little battery recharged and enjoy what they can enjoy. I send my prayers out to her and her family. But that's about all I got going on, Jimmy. Just calling in to say hello and let you know that the races were well, the fireworks were bright and loud, and the fishing was good.
By the way, today is National Video Game Day and Be a Kid Again Day, so we're going to assign the second one to you. Gone fishing is a great way to be a kid again. I have to tell you, I do a walk afterwards. Dre's actually joined me on it from time to time. It rained so bad yesterday, though, that Dre had to leave before we could do it. I mean, it came down. It came down so bad that actually I cut a video yesterday that we posted for the show preview from yesterday. Absolute truth. Happy accident. I actually delivered a line right as rumbling thunder happened. But as I was walking through the park later on in the afternoon, because if you don't like the weather in New Orleans, give it an hour. And there was a kid, maybe 11 years old, at Big Lake, as I was walking around it, who actually had his fishing gear and fishing tackle out. And because, you know, it had rained, so it had brought all those fish up there. And I have to tell you, man, there are a few ways that make you feel more like a kid than when you go fishing. Is that fair?
Right. It's fair. I like fishing in the rain. You know why? Because the fish don't know it's wet. So it's just as refreshing. And I don't let rain stop me. A little bit of snow will stop me occasionally, but I've fished in early spring snow a little bit. But I also got some hiking in. But prayers to all the people in Texas too, with the mess they're dealing with from all the water and that. We got a little bit of rain up here in the western Dakotas, but I think we only got about 3 inches, and we were under a flash flood warning for a while. But it's been weird what Mother Nature's been pulling on people lately, but prayers to all those people too.
Yeah, I thought Dan's very objective breakdown of what was kind of unfolding there yesterday, and we'll have that content up as well, and we'll keep on tracking that. I actually got it in a conversation with Larry Oliphant, who is a big venture capitalist, does a lot of work with Walmart, does a lot of work with Sam's Club and Costco, and he was talking to us about maybe when we go to TXTA, that Kerrville is only about 2 hours and 5 minutes from Austin, about maybe us stopping over there and see what's going on, because those folks are going to need a lot of help for quite a long time. Unbelievable. Right. Unbelievable. Have you ever been caught in anything like that, Chowder?
Big central rains like that? Yeah, I got caught. Oh, when was that? I guess probably 4 or 5 years ago now, when I-29 flooded down there from Sioux Falls all the way down through Omaha. I was minding my own business, trying to drive some freight down Highway 71, US 71, 77 down through there, and got by Norfolk, Nebraska, and everything was flooded out, side roads and everything. You know, they say you're not supposed to drive through high water. Well, Chowder didn't learn that lesson. So I'm down there, come down the hill in Norfolk, Virginia, or Norfolk, Nebraska, four-way intersection. They got roads blocked and nowhere to go. I creeped through it, and the water was up over the first step, bottom step of the truck, and halfway up to the second one. When I got up to the high side of the next hill, I pulled over to check, and I had water marks about halfway up my tire, and we drove through about 7 miles of that, not all that deep or all that fast, but about it. And then they finally had a side road we could take off and wrap our way around to Grand Island, just to find out all the crossings by Grand Island was flooded out, so we had to spend the day in Grand Island.
I mean, I'm telling you, man, that's got a sphincter factor of 11 on a scale of 10, by the way. Andre's got one more comment for you before we shuffle you off this radio coil. What you got, D?
All right, I got a few little quick things because, yeah, we got to get to that pledge and national anthem in Java, and we got some callers. But, Chowder, all right, quick question. Do you put the Spam in the ramen noodles?
Spam goes in everything, Drake, along with celery powder, a little red and black pepper flakes, and even some mesquite barbecue steak seasoning goes in there.
Okay, I'll ask you later who hurt you. All right, second, are you ready for Sturgis?
Am I ready for Sturgis? Why ain't it here yet? I sent you a picture of the 27 bands coming.
Oh, man, 100%. Well, my brother just got back from my other brother's house, and they got the trailer all locked and loaded, and everything's mounted on there to be able to put the cycles on the trailer and go on up, man.
Nice. You guys will enjoy it. if you're going with them, let me know when you plan on being here, and I will configure my scheduling to make sure I accidentally have a breakdown to be there.
I am going to let you know 100% today, because I will also know if I can today. I have to work out a few things and feel fully comfortable with leaving, especially during a certain remote thing, but I will make sure, my friend. But Chowder, you have a good rest of your day, and thank you for everything, brother.
You guys all have a good day. We'll speak with you later. Howsta?
Oh, outstanding call from Chowder, by the way. Hummingbird Logistics wanted to know why we can't hear you guys on radio anymore, or the person with the Grumpy Pete. The Grumpy Pete guy by choice. He made the move with us, by the way, Hummingbird Logistics. Doodah Man said no longer on that platform, not by choice, although you can find us on the app, by the way.
Ooh, listen, I saw two people call in, and I'm wondering if they're thinking this is the number for a certain show that they can't get in. So they call in, and they leave, and they call in, they leave. So if they're listening, you can call back in, but if you're not, you'll find that number.
You'll find that number.
Yeah.
You'll find that number, by the way. Hey, by the way, good morning, RGR. That is our good friend Touchdown Turtle Pterodactyl is spreading the word. You can't drive 55, but we're only 55 away from having our 1,000 subscription moment. Couple of people on other platforms have taken shots about how many subscribers we have. That's how it works, guys. Once you get to 1,000, the engine begins to accelerate. You got to show YouTube that you mean business. Once you do, the pace picks up considerably, both in terms of monetization and exposure across the platform. So everybody do their last little bit to get us over that hump, because once we get there, the game changes entirely. Our good friend Doodah Man has a question for you, Dre. He wanted to know how your first holiday weekend was with your family.
Oh.
And we got to count Chelsea in there, too.
Yeah, I was about to say, wait, because if that was the question for me, having that last one, I didn't quite spend it with family. Everybody was scattered out. My mom was in Texas with my niece doing her basketball thing. My brothers were getting ready for Sturgis. And with me, I spent it, like you said, with my family, Chelsea. I got to hang out with some of her best friends. And I got to stay in New Orleans. And I'm going to be honest with you, that was the first time I spent, I think, a 4th of July without brothers and sisters, mom, dad, whatever. And it was – love my family. Probably one of the most relaxing, because I wasn't in town. I was in a new environment with new people, and I had my car and my girlfriend's car parked in safe locations, and I didn't have a worry. Jimmy, I didn't have my phone on me half the day. Do you know how relaxing that is?
That's a big deal, dude. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. By the way, just want to let you know that I got a big thumbs up for you from our friend, the Doodah Man.
Yes.
Paul Starkey says good morning.
Yes.
Marshall wants to know if we've seen the reel. I've seen the reel, and it's real, dude. It's real. I want to talk to Lindsay about it, though, Marshall, because I think she's got a couple of things to say as well. Guys, give us a call, like our friends have. I got to take one more call here before we go to the break, because we got to get Mike Roth on the phone, who couldn't make it yesterday. We got to get him on for the second half after our pledge and national anthem. Who is caller number one?
Oh, man, you know who it is. It's the rat that sometimes packed.
Hey, Pack Rat, what's going on? How was your Canada Day, and how was the 4th of July weekend? It does have an effect. It does have an effect on what you get to roll and where you get to go.
Well, I wish I could say I had a wonderful time, but I went through hell in the last couple of weeks. We've been having some fun with my rabies shots, but the reality is what happened is I had an adverse reaction to it, and I ended up what my doctor called serum sickness. I was in a week before last Thursday. I was in eMERGE twice that day trying to deal with the pain. We tried anti-inflammatories. We tried a ketamine treatment, and finally I gave in and said I had to go with morphine. And that was on just before this holiday Monday. Okay, we had our holiday last Monday. Well, I couldn't phone my doctor to get more to arrange to get more because the eMERGE department they only gave me 10 tablets. Says as you have to work out the pain management with your family doctor. Well, they were closed Monday, and if they were open Tuesday, the pharmacy would be closed. So it was Wednesday before I finally got a hold of my doctor. I went 3 days of sheer agony, and I was telling my wife, I said, I don't know how much longer I could endure. But my doctor, we had a conference call. She put together a treatment plan for me, and I took one morphine that night, and I haven't taken one since. And I am back to work. But I was off all last week.
Oh, that is brutal, brother. That is brutal. I am so sorry to hear that.
It was.
They should call you Job Rat as opposed to Pack Rat, man.
Job, yeah. I was thinking of Job during all that time. Yeah, why me, Lord?
Oh my
man.
God. By the way, that may be the best written book of the entire Bible. It's like, why you? 'Cause. Just 'cause. Ain't no reason. By the way, even in the oldest book, they go back and they say, this doesn't happen for any reason. It just happens. You know, I mean, basically that book is the beginning of people beginning to understand that God is not Zeus, a mean old white man who throws thunderbolts at people when he's PO'd at them. That whole book is about, hey, man, this is what life is, right?
Absolutely. And my wife did not behave like Job's wife. She didn't tell me to curse God and die. So. Your wife's a real trooper to get through that with you. By the way, I am so glad. She helped me get through it. But my doctor put me on antihistamines and some steroids, and that's done the job. I still have aches and pains here that I got to deal with, but from where I was a week ago, man, I'm euphoric that I'm not going through that pain anymore.
By the way, really quickly before I got to let you go, the older I get, the more I become convinced. And by the way, I'm a believer in science. Hate to break it. Don't follow a lot of holistic or what I call voodoo solutions to situations. But I do believe, as I've gotten older, the key to a good life is to cut down as much on inflammation as you possibly can. Anything that is an anti-inflammatory in your life, both mentally and physically, is always a positive. So I totally dig where your doctor was coming from to take the swelling out of your life, dude. I'm so glad you're through that. Hopefully it is clear roads and clear sailing ahead. Thank you, Pack Rat.
Okay, Jimmy Mac, all the best.
All the best. That's a really great check-in, by the way. I wish he'd call when he was suffering, but I can understand why he didn't. We got to take a quick break here. Mike Roth is going to come back with us. Didn't get a chance to make it yesterday. He graciously arranged to be here today this morning. We're going to let the phones be open during Kevin Lindsay and Maintenance Matters. Don't forget, our good friends from Reeds Across America are going to be here with Trucking Tributes. Great Highway to Health.
Jody, call back.
And, Jody, if you want to call back during Kevin Lindsay's segment, that would be absolutely terrific. Kevin takes phone calls. We got lots to talk about there. But before we talk about anything else, we're going to let the people who say the pledge, or the kids who say the pledge. We're going to let the folks who do the national anthem, which is Lindsay Lawler, do that. And then we're going to have a bracing cup of Java with the good Pastor John.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets recognize the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's Tuesday. Good morning. I want to share something with you found in Proverbs 15, verse 23. It says in verse 23, a person finds joy in giving an apt reply. And how good is a timely word. Now, I want you to catch what the proverb is saying. He says a person finds joy in giving an I call it a considerate reply. And I want you to notice what he's saying. A person finds joy in that, giving you a considerate reply, and how good is a timely word. Now, you know what? Every one of us that has been going through something in life and something has happened within our lives, we all say this. That was a very timely word. See, you thought that was just made up by just something out in the air. But God has always had a method of getting our undivided attention and making sure that we know that He hasn't forgotten us. He hasn't given up on us. And notice what the proverb said. He said, a person finds joy in giving a apt reply. And he's saying, and how good is a timely word. So you may be the person that needs to share the goodness of God with someone, and you don't never know how it may impact them. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Hang on in there.
Very true and amen. Hang in there, Jimmy.
Hang in there indeed. And by the way, our good friend Mike Roth is joining us this morning. You guys know him. He's the executive director over at NACFE. It's good to have you. How was your 4th of July weekend, my friend?
It was great. I've been an IndyCar person most of my life. I've been to 20 straight Indy 500s and a handful of other races in St. Petersburg and one at Sonoma. But I took my grandchildren, 2 of them, for the first time to the Mid-Ohio race, and we had an absolute blast. Hot, but watching cars go fast and having a little time in the RV was a lot of fun. Thanks for asking.
And by the way, I'm just kind of curious if you wouldn't mind, because can you set the scene for us there? I mean, I hate to kind of belabor the point, but good God Almighty, that is an experience that not only never gets old for the person who's enjoying it, but to see it through those kids' eyes must have been remarkable, huh?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of race tracks, one in Wisconsin and one in Ohio, that are filled with campers and RVs, and so there were. I didn't get out into the campground too much, but it's a special. Those are special places where people come every year. Family reunion, family weekend. This happens to be 4th of July at Mid-Ohio, and so it was not only there's a lot of kids at this, and a lot of families at this race, more so maybe than you even see at the Indy 500. Saturday night they showed the movie Cars when the whole track was quiet, all the garages shut. There was no air guns and loud engine noises. Everything was quiet at the track. And for those of us who were staying in RVs at the track, a lot of kids watching the movie Cars on the big screen that the next day was showing the racers on live TV coverage. It was a special weekend, and seeing things through the eyes of the kids. My son actually was the last kid to get a picture with Scott Dixon, who won the race. He was 6 years old. I've never seen him as patient, as quiet as he was when he was waiting to get a picture with the winner. A lot of fun. Thanks for asking.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have to tell you, it's like, my brother has 2 sons. One has special needs. The other one is out and about and almost hard to contain, much less control. And, we got a chance to kind of see them in action. They went to some Little League games the last couple of weeks, and just watching the 2 of them kind of take in the world around them as it kind of unfolds is a great way to feel young again. I don't know if you know this, but today is, I'm not kidding with you, it's Be a Kid Again Day, so it's a perfect day to answer the question, Mike. And thanks for making the time on a Tuesday. Where are you at, and where are you headed next, and what is the week looking like for you, my friend?
Well, for the first time in a month and a half, I'm actually in my home office in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Welcome home.
And trying to catch up on things. So not only catching up on work after a lot of travel, but you know how it goes. You end up with doctor's appointments, dentist, meet with the bank. All those things take place when we are home. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. But my guys are working. The run's been amazing. We've now visited 11 of the 13 fleets and interviewed 100 people with these different technologies, whether they're diesel, natural gas, battery electric, and hydrogen. And this is going to be a special week because we're pushing out a video. It's sort of a highlight reel of all the trucks that we've seen, all the interviews that we've taken place. You have to wait to August to actually hear what people are saying, but this Thursday we'll drop a video that will start to really get the excitement going for Run on Less.
I wanted to ask you, by the way, because, putting that video together, getting it out there, and the fact that you talked about, this hybrid view, I guess we could call it, this 30,000-foot hybrid view you got from having micro views on all these different places. Is there, in your own kind of analysis, a takeaway that you have gotten from this? I mean, you see what I'm saying? Is there an overall view, or is it really a mosaic of which yet you haven't shuffled all the pieces into place?
Well, a little bit of, behind the scenes, Maxie's secret sauce. I mean, this is about the time that I, as the leader, will sit down, and I did it on a plane the other day. I'll sit down and, okay, what do I think when we're done with this in October? So August is about sharing the profiles of all these fleets, videos and data and information, and then September 8th, for most of September, we'll stream data from all the trucks. And so this is the point where I sort of predict what our findings are going to be in October. And I put them in my ledger. I'm still a pen and paper guy, and so I write them in my ledger, and then I kind of keep it to myself a bit. As the NAXI team, and we have a meeting even today, we start to talk about what are we learning here. We'll evolve that over the next few months, like, any organization would, to be able to say our findings. And it's I think it's going to be fascinating. I'm keeping an open mind, of course, as the next few months go. I don't want to script out what we'll conclude, but I would say this: our industry has benefited from a single fuel and a single engine for a long time in diesel, and we've made it better and better. The NOx in particular emissions are really low, and the fuel economy's higher and getting better all the time. And so we are getting better with it, but the future long term is going to be something other than diesel. It just will be. I mean, we can debate it. I have that debate like every other day with somebody, but it's probably going to happen. So then what are these other ones? Where will they best fit? And I don't think all will win, but we'll have more horses than just the one diesel in our industry. We will have battery electric. We'll continue to have natural gas. These renewable fuels are pretty fascinating, whether they're made from used cooking oil or methane out of landfills or, cow poop. But we will have really strong alternatives. But I think the big conclusion is that if you're in trucking, your future is more than just diesel. And it'll happen to some quicker than others, and the winners will make the best out of it, and those that won't will struggle, maybe, but we'll see. It'll be a multi-fuel, multi-truck, multi-powertrain kind of future for us.
And by the way, I love your approach. The idea that it's like you have to understand that this has gotten us very far and profited a lot of people, and now it's the time to begin to shift to make the adjustments, because either you are the disruptor making those disruptions to your own fleet, or you will be disrupted. Mike Roth has graciously joined us on a day that he is not scheduled for the North American Council for Freight Efficiency. Check them out at nacfe.org. Mike, thank you for making the time. We always love talking to you, man.
Yeah, that video I'm talking about, it'll be on the homepage of runonless.com. And, we'll talk about it next week, but have a look on Thursday.
Thank you, sir. Good talking to you, by the way. Hey, guys, we're going to be back on the other side of this break. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay is going to be joining us. He, of course, of TA Travel Centers. He'll be on the other side of this for Maintenance Matters. Give us a call. 615-292-6366. I'll give you the sports report brought to you by Shady Rays on the other side of this. Go to shadyrays.com.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Amen. We are going into Maintenance Matters on Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios. Take it away, Jimmy.
That's right. It is live from the Fastport Studios. And before we get to Kevin, really quickly, this sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare of the hype with Shady Rays lost and broken protection game plans. They're fit for customer service, and their knowledge is like a good team that's got your back. Go to ShadyRays.com. They've got your back. Congratulations to Manny Machado, who got his 2000th hit in a 6-3 loss to Arizona, Diamondback 6, Padres at Petco 3. On this day in baseball, this is a crazy story, Kevin, and you might actually enjoy it. You remember Whitey Herzog, don't you?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember Whitey Herzog?
Oh, yeah.
All right, listen, here's the quote. Can you imagine a damn team that has to cheat to beat us? That is Whitey Herzog when he was managing the Texas Rangers, lamenting about the Milwaukee Brewers stealing signs from his 29-53 Texas team. So he loses 17-2 and drops a doubleheader on this day in 1973 at County Stadium. So he lost 17-2 yesterday in 1973 and loses a doubleheader at County Stadium. He complains and accuses Bernie Brewer of cheating. Bernie Brewer is the mascot for the Milwaukee Brewers. The very animated Texas skipper contends the mascot uses white-gloved costume hands to relay signs from his center field chalet, clapping once for a curve and twice for a fastball. Only Whitey Herzog would accuse the opposing team's mascot of stealing signs. Fantastic. The last thing I wanted to tell you of the sports report is a Guinness Book of World Record that was achieved just the other day. 50 years of collecting egg cups has finally paid off for Maria Jose Fuster, who set a record, a Guinness Book of World Record, when that collection was tallied at 15,485 egg cups. It was accompanied by 2 witnesses at a community center in Fuster's hometown of Campo, Spain. They actually have pictures of 15,485 egg cups. So I ask you, Kevin Lindsay, you of Maintenance Matters, do you collect anything? And have you ever gotten close to anything that large?
Oh, the only thing I collect is hard times, it seems like.
Oh, my God. And speaking of hard times, we just had Packrat on earlier on in the show. I don't know if you heard it, Kevin. He actually was bitten by a raccoon. He had to go through rabies shots, and he had to get all those shots. He had an adverse reaction to the shots, and then had to basically get antihistamines and steroids to get the swelling down. The man should be called not Packrat, but Joe Brat. So we're all going through something. We're all going through something.
No kidding.
You guys,
no kidding.
You guys can give us a call, by the way, and ask questions about. We're talking about cooling maintenance systems as well today, and we're thrilled to have Kevin back. Where did we last leave off? Was there stuff you left on the table you wanted to talk about, or do you want to give people the 30,000-foot view again?
Well, I got to thinking about that, and I was like, it seemed like I talked a lot about it, but I never. I don't know. There were some things I felt like I missed and didn't cover. Maybe didn't stress enough. The importance. of some of the things that we see in cooling systems on modern trucks. So
let's give it a shot.
I don't know. I thought it would be a good chance to maybe go back over just a little bit.
I think it's a good idea, as a matter of fact. So let's go through some processes. The first thing you really want to do is select that right coolant, right? Let's just start with kind of giving people the details of how they go about selecting the right coolant.
Yeah. Well, for the most part, on most diesel engines, you're going to have, extended life coolants with SCA packages added to it, because all we're really talking about is the chemistry of that coolant. That has to be maintained, to a level acceptable by the engine OEM and even the truck OEM, because there's so many pieces and parts. You've got your heater core, that's actually part of the truck. All of those lines and hoses and stuff, the DEF tank heaters, things like that. There's so much intertwinedness anymore. The cooling system is not just about the engine, even though that's the primary function, right? Is keep the temperatures down in the combustion chambers. So, but when that chemistry level gets off, it becomes a bit of an imbalance there. It can really cause all sorts of issues. We don't see as much as we used to. Of course, coolants are refined and made to actually withstand so much more than they used to be. Back in the day, you were okay sometimes. To throw water in there when it was low and things like that. You really have to watch that type of stuff nowadays. I mean, it's better than nothing for sure. If you're in that jam, if you're, down, on the side of the road or things like that. But you got to remember, when you get back, it needs to be going to a shop. If you developed a leak on the road, and even a road service, may come out, and it's a technician that comes out to make a repair, from a hose or something that may be blown. Inquire with him. Make sure. Hey, what did you put? A 50-50 mixture of coolant. Back in. What did you put in? Was it concentrated? Because even that, if it's just concentrated, that can cause problems. Almost as many problems as just straight water. So you want to make sure have it checked for sure. Once you get back to a better place.
And it brings up the point. We go back to being human. The idea that everything we design has a certain resemblance to us. And I made the analysis of Gatorade last time. It's so important, as you point out, to meet with the people who are in charge of the maintenance of your vehicle, of your living, and to make sure that you have a full understanding that you need to know the name of the best thing to put in there, because it's one of those things that sometimes water is the best you can do, but it better best be an emergency when you're doing that, and it better be with a temporary solution. It's almost like using water becomes like using a donut on a car. It's like, it's great for 50 miles, get to the shop, get the damn thing fixed.
Absolutely.
That's the absolute truth of the matter. You talked about a hose being blown, and I kind of wanted to bring up, and we're going through this in a very methodical way, because the conversation was loosey-goosey, Kevin, and I do apologize for that. But you got to check for leaks as well, correct? I mean, you've got to consistently keep doing that, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the things with checking for leaks is, the simple walk around of the truck in the morning. If it's been shut off overnight, and you see, something's been dripping underneath, guess what? Something is leaking, right? So take a look at it. Now, the difference is this time of year, if you're idling overnight and you got the air conditioner on, you're going to see things dripping. You should see things dripping, and that should be water coming out of the air box for the air conditioning system. You've got to have that condensation running down out of the evaporator, because that's going to happen because you're exchanging heat out of the cab across the fins of the evaporator in there. So you get a lot of moisture drop out there, but that should be dripping really good, especially in humid climates. So, when it's really humid outside, there'll be lots of water dripping out from it. But it should just be water at that point, right? Not necessarily coolant or anything. So
you got to distinguish between dripping and leaking. The idea that is that content. Is the joke I always make is that simply the result of a glass of iced tea on an Alabama porch, or is there a hole someplace or a split someplace where in fact bad things are actually coming out of your truck as opposed to your truck just sweating, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I know it's not that time of year, but I will throw this out there as well. That chemistry level in your cooling system, when you do get it over concentrated, a lot of times you get what we call cold water leaks, especially with all the newer heater hoses and things like that, have a lot more silicone in them than they used to in years past. And what it is when if the coolant is too concentrated, for whatever reason, it'll actually interact with those hoses at the hose clamps and just seep out of there. Once it cools down, when it's hot, the silicone expands and everything's good and sealed. But what happens is it cools down, the molecules in those hoses contract so much that small amounts of coolant can seep out overnight. So, but usually that's seen more in cooler temperatures instead of what we're seeing today across most of the country, right? So,
right. Oh, my God. It has been, I won't lie to you, dude. We are so thrilled. I keep on mentioning this. Those rainstorms. I was recording a video yesterday and was saying something sinister, and I got a thunderclap. It doesn't scare me, though. I have to tell you, we need to rain so badly down here, man, that it's like, it is so hot down here. And by the way, that's why we're having this cooling system maintenance conversation with our good friend Kevin Lindsay on Maintenance Matters. For those of you who are just joining us, and for the few of you who don't know who Kevin is, he's the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America, and we're continuing a conversation that kind of, rumbled, bumbled, and stumbled into more conversational nonsense than it did on cooling system maintenance. That's all due to me, by the way. I wanted to ask the question. You should be checking protection levels at every single service. This should be an ongoing commitment. This should be one of the reflexive things you always do, correct?
Oh, absolutely. And I'll be honest with you. If I'm an owner operator, it's my truck. I'm probably going to have a little bottle of test strips myself, and I'm going to test it myself on occasion. But that's just me. I would probably be a little bit anal. Now, that means there's somebody out there saying, wow, I bet he checks his own cars and trucks like that. No, I don't.
No.
I'm the typical mechanic. This is what I do for a living. It's not what I do in my spare time.
Kevin, I have to tell you, I literally, about a month before I change oil, I start having to have a conversation with myself for the entire month. I really got to change this oil. Every day I get in the car, I'm like, I really got to change this oil. I'll get around to it. While being on the air and telling people to check all the stuff they got to check, I keep telling myself, I'll get around to that. It'll be fun. Does that sound familiar, Kevin?
Yeah, just a little bit, Jimmy.
Oh my God. Let's talk about the grill front, by the way, and the radiator as well. Let's kind of dive into that.
Well, and really, as you're doing your walk around daily inspection or whatever, that's one of those things that I think gets overlooked. It gets assumed, because the grill looks like a grill. Some people have bug screens, behind the grill on the truck. Some trucks come with bug screens like that, But here's the thing: you got to remember your radiator on most big trucks is actually the third heat exchanger that the airflow gets to. Because typically the very first one is your condenser for your air conditioning, then a charged air cooler for the engine, and then the radiator. So just simply walking around the front, looking at the front of that grill, any amount of bugs or anything built up on there, which, Lord knows we all have those. And, God bless you if you run Florida, South Georgia, South Alabama this time of year with love bugs and everything. Oh my goodness, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. But just be aware of that type of stuff. That needs to be cleaned off because, especially when it builds up somewhat, you're actually restricting airflow. And this time of year, that becomes even more critical, right? So,
Kevin, I have to tell you,
one of those.
I will quickly. I just made me think of. I went to Avery Island one time in Louisiana a long time ago. I was literally breathing mosquitoes. I'm not making a joke. I was literally breathing mosquitoes. It was one of the most terrifying experiences I've ever had in my life. I'm like, there's a lot. We got to get out of here. This is really bad. And you can imagine running through trucks through southeast Louisiana. Same thing, man. Those bug grills are just done. They're set, especially as it gets into wetlands and all that stuff in the deep south. Wow.
Oh, that's I'll just say in a former life, I spent a small amount of time in a little town called Dulac down there, south of Houma.
Oh man, it's real. And by the way, you can tell Kevin's actually spent time down there because people ask me, "Is it Houma? Is it Houma?" I'm like, "No, dude, it's Houma. It's Houma. Just get rid of the U. It's Houma. It's Houma." And I know that neck of the woods, man. And that's deep. I mean, you're basically deep frying yourself. You're stepping into a deep fryer or a hot tub with bugs inside of it. It's terrific.
You started talking about those Louisiana mosquitoes, and that's immediately where my mind went. I was like, I can remember sitting outside in the evening and just listening, and you could take like a pellet gun or something and start shooting them.
Oh yeah, and my dad always said he loved the sound of cicadas. Why? He said those SOBs eat the mosquitoes. He said when the sound of the cicadas got hot and heavy, you thought, oh, thank God, we'll get some mosquito relief around here. I totally get it. But this is a daily thing though in regards to checking that grill front, right? I mean, you should be doing this daily to prevent it ever from kind of building up, right?
Absolutely, and and even if you miss a day or two or something like that, but at minimum you've got to be looking at that stuff. That's because that's a critical part of keeping that engine, at the optimal levels, temperature levels, and everything they need to be. So, and that's where it all starts. That airflow getting in there. So.
By the way, Kevin, really quickly, Dave Nemo jumped into the chat on YouTube to let you know that the mosquito is the state bird of Louisiana. He just wanted to let you know that. so
is that kind of like the trampoline state bird of Alabama? When the winds blow.
I hadn't heard that. I had never heard that before.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I will actually terrorize my relatives with that bit of information too. By the way, so we're checking the grill, but we're also checking the radiator daily, right? Can we kind of talk about a lot of these new trucks have some newfangled technology inside of the radiator, right?
They do, and not necessarily newfangled technology, but just in the way that they flow the coolant through there. And a lot of that, I know last week I touched on some of these newer engines, the actual amount of coolant that flows through that system, the flow amounts are just, off the charts on certain engines. So it's kind of crazy. The amount of coolant that passes through these little passageways and everything, So they are designed so much different to be more efficient, at the heat exchange. So, and that's one reason it is so critical that any obstruction from that airflow across that radiator is going to start creating, nothing else but hot spots in certain points of that radiator. And, once that happens, those hot spots, what can happen can actually, the temperature, not instead of decreasing in the coolant as the air flows across, but because the air doesn't flow across because of a flow restriction and airflow restriction, now the coolant actually stays that hot. And when it hits these turns and the pressure and the amount of flow pushing behind it hits these turns and things, it can actually start melting some of the solder and stuff that help put these things together. And that's where you start developing these little bitty leaks because, again, most of the modern radiators, you're dealing with different types of aluminum and different metal alloys mating up with plastics and things like that. So you've got those different expansion and contraction rates as temperature changes. So the engineering behind some of this stuff and how they put it together and these things last like they do, to me, is just amazing. There's some engineers come up with some really good ways of creating and keeping these things working as well as they do nowadays. And I guess they should. As expensive as a lot of these components are, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be. Yeah, you shouldn't be in charge of having to kind of refigure faulty equipment. I mean, it's bad. It's hard enough keeping up with all the stuff you have to do. Let me kind of set the table here for what Kevin Lindsay's been kind of doing this morning here. By the way, guys, if you notice, it's all interconnected. You need to make sure you've got the right coolant, and at the same time, making sure that you're checking for leaks. The combination of that is, in and of itself, foundationally going to make sure that your system is running pretty good. If you're actually checking the grill to make sure it's not getting clogged. That trifecta, and along with the maintenance of checking the protection levels at every service, should keep you in good stead. We're also talking about the technology behind this. Kevin, you did a pretty good job last time. I will say this, that despite my best efforts to take you off into the weeds, your discussion of coolant flow and the discussion of what the DEF tanks do in the winter was pretty darn good. But I did want to talk about, in the limited time we have, and we can get back to coolant flow in a second, possible reasons for coolant loss when you don't have visible leaks, where you should check. When you've done your diligence, check the area for leaks and can't seem to find any. Where can you check next?
Well, one thing to keep in mind, and this is one of those things you kind of have to think of from that 30,000 foot level or whatever. But anytime there's a leak, on an engine and nothing is visible, there's nothing physical you can see leaking on the outside of the engine, dripping down or anything, but yet you've got the coolant loss, you've got oil loss, things like that. Think about this. What component in these engines do these two different systems, these fluid systems, whether it's fuel, oil, coolant, where do they come together at? And I'll even throw in air, because we got air compressors that actually run in oil, from the engine oil, and are cooled. The head is cooled by the cooling system, with coolant. So, but then they're building air pressure for the brake system. So you've got all these different things that kind of come together. Think about what system has the most pressure. So, like for a cooling system, if you got oil pressure on your truck that's running 40 psi, so your cooling system pressure cap is 15 psi. That's why we'll see oil in the coolant more often than coolant in the oil. Does that make sense?
Yeah, actually, it does. It does. I don't know if it would have made sense if we hadn't had the entire conversation we've had up to this point, but it makes sense now. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So that, and that's what I mean, that's a kind of high level view. You got to think about it, at what point do these systems overlap, or, what component in the engine do these systems, fuel, coolant, fuel and coolant, or coolant and oil, or even fuel and oil, right? So when we start looking at that, you're dealing with a coolant loss or something like that, but there's no obvious leaks anywhere. Well, it's going somewhere, obviously, right? And chances are, since the cooling system is typically the lowest of those pressures at 15 psi as far as system pressure on most trucks, then usually listen, the other systems have higher pressures, so even the air, oil, or fuel get into the cooling system, dependent, right? So that's one way to look. But if the coolant's coming out, then that means it's leaking somewhere where there is no pressure, which most of the time that's crankcase, because the crankcase pressure is less than cooling pressure. So it's not pressurized oil in an oil galley inside the engine. And that's usually from O-rings around the liner, things like that, where the coolant flow is so heavy around that liner, and the heat and that coolant can drip through those O-rings down into the oil pan. So, start really checking all your fluid levels. Hey, my oil looks a little funny, but I'm actually making oil. Yeah, an engine's not going to make oil by itself. Either fuel or coolant's getting it, right? So that's one of those other things. You kind of tie it all together, as you're checking things. So and pay attention. Pay attention. Hey, when I checked this oil last week, I was about half a gallon low, and now I'm above the full mark. So
that's a problem. Yeah, it's like basically, I don't know what, at what point, it's like, at what point do we have to call Texaco in here to start drilling for oil inside my own truck,
Yeah, I was just going to say, let's watch that. We know that if that engine can make oil, you can make some money with it, right?
Oh my God, yeah. And by the way, it's one of those things that reminds me, and it reminds everybody, your engine, the components of your engine, all the different places that we're talking about here need to work together. They don't need to mix together. That's the big difference. I mean, that's what
absolutely.
That's what people forget.
I like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what ends up happening is the fact that it's a difference between of it being like a relay race and it being like a rugby scrum is the best way to kind of think about it. You want people handing the baton off to the next thing that's supposed to do the next thing. What you don't want is it all just in one big soup, because we all know what one big soup is. It's gumbo, and then you're surrounded by mosquitoes. Kevin, Lindsay, we're out of time, brother. That's it. I mean, we did our diligence, though. I allowed you to run this sequence properly as opposed to taking you in the weeds, and I'm always reminded why it's a master class. Well done, sir. Well done.
Well done on your part.
Oh, well, thank you, man. Guys, you all know Kevin. He is the manager of technical service over at Travel Centers of America. Guys, please go to ta-petro.com. We're so thrilled to have him here on a regular basis, and it's always so informative. Kevin, I will let you get out of here, and this time you haven't left anything on the table, brother. We'll talk next week.
All right. Sounds good.
Hey, guys, of course, our friends from Reeds Across America are going to be coming up here and joining us, as always, Susan Patton, who's got some big announcements in her own life, and we're wishing her all the best in the new direction she's taking. She's actually going to retire in short order. Yeah, just, she's done a great job over there. She and Rick, her husband, is also retired, and she thought maybe she'd start that next big adventure. That's what people do around here. Nobody really retires anymore in this country. When you really retire, you're kind of done. You know who actually hits the like button for us a lot, Dre, but doesn't call? It's Dog Walker. We got to get Dog Walker calling over here, and we're still waiting on tenoring, of course. We got that tenoring call that hasn't come. We've got that Dog Walker call that hasn't come. We know where you're listening because you're hitting the like button. Hey, guys, we are actually going to have a really great Highway to Health. You're going to want to call during that after Trucking Tributes. Really wonderful psychologist is joining us. Naomi Friedberg is going to be here. Go to friedbergpsych.com. She, by the way, is a native of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Has called Lafayette home for more than 25 years. 20 years, sorry about that. She went to Ooh La La. No, actually, she went to LSU. There you go. For her undergraduate psychology degree and completed her doctoral training at the University of Southern Mississippi with a specialization in counseling psychology. And she's going to talk about mental health on the road. Hit that music, Trey. Head over to truckdown.com, by the way. Get yourself out of the ditch, back on the road. They've been doing it since 1997. We'll be right back.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes on Wreaths Across America Radio, and thanking again the folks at RadioNemo as well for having us on this Trucking Tuesday. I'm speaking with Norita Taylor, and Norita Taylor represents the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, or for short, OIDA. Norita, thank you so much for joining the show today.
Hey, always appreciative of Wreaths Across America and a chance to talk about what we do here at OIDA on behalf of our members.
And there may be plenty of folks tuned in today to Trucking Tributes who are familiar, but I always work from the premise that there are a whole lot of people tuning in today who are not familiar with OIDA. So let's start the show and then unpack all that for us, Norita, and tell us how it is and how you operate and who you're serving.
Sure. So basically, OIDA, Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, we are a trade association that was started back in the early 70s, 1973 to be exact. And the history there is that it had a connection with the oil embargoes and some of the challenges that everyone was dealing with fuel prices and fuel shortages. But those were particularly hard on independent truckers. And that caused a lot of problems for them, and there were some strikes, and there were some protests, and some visits to Washington to D.C. And at the end of it all, the association has stayed together and grown throughout the years, and gone on to represent lots of different issues that challenge small business truckers. Most of our members are individuals that own and drive their own long-haul truck. Sometimes they have, a few trucks, a small fleet, but mostly they're out there on their own. And they face a lot of challenges, and we try to offer as many services as we can, in addition to advocacy, which means that we take their concerns to Washington, D.C., try to streamline that process. But at the end of the day, they are the voices that need to be heard. We always encourage them to continue speaking on their own with their representatives in Washington, D.C. So that's the long and the short of who we are.
By golly, Norita, if you have figured out how to streamline the Washington, D.C. process, then you need to have numerous awards, I think. But when you talk about advocacy and that process, what does it look like? Give us an idea of what some of those issues are for our independent operators.
Sure. So it can be anything on the regulatory side or on the legislative side. And sometimes there's a little bit of crossover, because what happens is that within the Department of Transportation, there's an agency called the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, or FMCSA. And a lot of what they do, they oversee safety of motor carriers, but some of what they do as far as the regulations that get put in place are at the behest of Congress. And so that means there's also a legislative side, which also means that, like I said earlier, we encourage all our members to not only talk to us, but to talk to their own representatives in Washington, D.C. So to answer your question about issues, on the regulatory side, a big one would be hours of service. And that one goes back quite a ways, and it has had a lot of changes throughout the years, revisions and things like that. But basically, hours of service are the regulations that determine the hours that a truck driver works. Anyone that is holding a CDL, a Class A CDL, is required to comply with those hours of service, which in short means that they can drive and work a certain amount of time and then they have to stop and rest. And so that may sound simple, but it's actually got a lot to it. And we listen to our members and how they are complying with those regulations, the challenges they face, and we try to represent them in anything that's proposed to change them and how they would feel about that, different provisions within those regulations. So that's one example on the regulatory side.
And I can only imagine that, as of weather being one of those things that would impact hours of service and their time behind the wheel. Can you give us an example of other things that actually impact a driver's hours of service?
Sure. And as a matter of fact, weather is a big one. So, kind of playing off of that, in general, truck drivers cannot predict their schedules the way the rest of us can. They cannot plan. They can plan to a certain degree, but they can't plan everything. They are driving all over the country, and the weather might change from one place to another and have a tremendous effect on their ability to keep moving, and which also might affect their ability to park. There's also a shortage of parking for trucks. But traffic is another big one that would affect hours of service. If there's congestion, if there's an incident that causes a backup, that can create a delay. And to the rest of us, who are just commuting to work, that amount of time might not seem like a lot. But when truck drivers are, hauling goods and complying with hours of service, all of that time goes against their clock. It doesn't matter if it's traffic or weather, or if a big one is being held up at a shipper or receiver. If they're waiting for someone else to load or unload them, that clock is still ticking. They don't get to just hit the pause button. If they run into the 11 hours of driving or the 14 hours of their workday, they have to stop. They have to stop and rest for 10 hours. So, traffic, weather, shippers and receivers that don't respect their time, all of these things come into play that can have a tremendous effect on how their day goes.
Yeah, and by golly, we've run into it at Wreaths Across America, how those changes as much as the professional drivers have. Certainly when it relates to our annual wreath escort to Arlington National Cemetery that we, of course, are known for, throughout the country, that we have to make sure that our law enforcement personnel and those who are coordinating that convoy understand about those hours of service. And we need to be in a decent place at a decent time in order to make sure that we can accommodate our drivers who are on our annual wreath escort. And it also impacts us in terms of logistics when it comes to them getting loaded with their veterans wreaths and the time that it takes them to, get checked in at the driver's check-in in Columbia Falls, Maine, and or preparing for those key exchanges throughout the country, or hitting the cross docks throughout the country that we have and operate. So as much as it impacts the professional drivers and the industry itself, it also impacts our logistics as an organization and how we coordinate and plan. And our hats off to OIDA for making sure that you are helping these folks. I mean, you talk about the advocacy piece of it and saying, it's really important that you tell your membership to also engage with legislators and their senators and so forth. But that's not easy. They're out on the road doing their job. So praise be to OIDA for taking on that role and responsibility for them. Norita, I'm curious as how you got involved with this organization and what is your capacity within the organization specifically?
Sure. So I've been in the Kansas City area all my life. Our headquarters for OOIDA is in Green Valley, Missouri, which is in the Kansas City metropolitan area. We are literally right next to I-70 at the Green Valley exit. I can see the interstate from my window here. And I have a background in public relations and communications. And about 18 years ago, I was looking for an opportunity, a change, something closer to my proximity of where I live. And it just so happens that OIDA was not very far and was looking for someone like me. And interestingly enough, I also shared my interest with my father, not realizing he would know exactly who OOIDA is. At the time, I had never heard of OOIDA, but my father, who's my grandfather had been a truck driver. He was an auto hauler back in the 1950s, and my dad always admired him for his career and had an admiration for trucking and truck drivers themselves. He was not a truck driver himself, but he had an appreciation for truck drivers and what they do. And he was very excited to learn that I was applying to work here. And he thought it was just a great idea. And I thought, well, you know what? If I've got my dad behind me, I must be making a good decision. And so 18 years later, I'm still here, and we've grown to add another me. I'm doing air quotes. Another me in our DC office. We do have a DC office where our government affairs is located, and we have someone like me, a counterpart like me, working there, and we work together as a team, doing media relations and other communications for the association.
That is exceptional. And I always love to ask folks on Trucking Tributes, Norita, what is it about the trucking industry that you enjoy so much? I mean, 18 years is a long tenure at a company and an organization, and obviously it's a right match for you, for your communication skills and so forth. But what is it about the trucking industry that you enjoy so much?
Well, I think it's because there's so much to learn. On a daily basis. There will be things that will come up that I'll be like, wait, I've never heard of that. How is it I've never heard of that? There's always something going on. There's always something new. There's always something changing, even though at the same time, a lot of things don't change. We're always challenged with, like I said, the hours of service. There's always, regulations and things that we're always challenged with that we seem to talk about year after year. But at the same time, there's new things going on. There's new things to learn. There's new things that pop up. You've got all kinds of new challenges that our members will be facing. And it's just interesting to interact with the media about it and try to educate them. I think maybe that's probably the most profound thing, is helping educate other people about what this industry is really about.
And we know at Wreaths Across America that it is an invaluable industry to obviously our mission to remember, honor, and teach, but to the nation as a whole. And I think the nation as a whole probably got a really good glimpse of that during the COVID years, where they realized, in fact, how critical the trucking profession and the transportation industry was and is to our country. And just, we always on Trucking Tributes give our hats off to the carrier companies and our professional drivers, because they're just the best of the best, in our opinion. I'm Susan Patton, your host for Trucking Tributes. We want to thank the folks at RadioNemo for having us on this morning as well. Now, Norita, that's what we're talking about, of course, today on Trucking Tributes, is your involvement with Wreaths Across America. And I know for a fact that many of your members are members of our honor fleet at Wreaths Across America, which really is a tremendous statement in and of itself, I think, because to have independent owner operators be able to afford that donation, both affording in, monetary standard, but in time as well, is really quite exceptional. And how is it that you all first really got word of Wreaths Across America and what we were all about?
Oh, I don't know that I can pinpoint the exact first time, because I think that, Wreaths Across America goes back quite so far and is so diverse. But I think maybe a simple way to put it is that we just hear about it from our members. Our members say, hey, I'm doing this, or I'm interested in this. Did you know about this? What can you do to support me and what I'm doing? And I think the simple answer is we've just heard about it from our members first, probably.
We are talking, in fact, about that $5 back sponsorship program that any organization out there participating can do this as well. So explain how it is that you make it work for your group.
Sure. So basically, we have a Truckers for Troops care package program that we started back in 2008, I think it was 2007 or 2008, and we knew that our members wanted to support military serving overseas. You might remember we had quite a presence in the Middle East at that time, and so there was a lot of interest in showing support, and we also knew that there was probably an opportunity to send care packages. So we just simply asked our members if they were interested in helping to do that, and they answered yes. And so we've continued the Truckers for Troops program. Even though there's a reduced presence overseas, we found ways to channel that support to veterans. So we do some veterans care packages as well. But what we were able to do with Reads Across America is to make the connection with the support for troops and simply add that to our website where the Truckers for Troops presence is located, and encourage visitors to also support Reads Across America, since we know that that is a very obvious connection for people to make. If they're supporting military and veterans, they would also support honoring those that have died and are, in those cemeteries, and having those wreaths placed there. And like you said, some of our own members have actively hauled some of those. So it seemed like a really obvious connection partnership to make, and we were simply happy to add that feature to our website and encourage participants to make those donations so that it helps both organizations at the same time.
I love that you pointed that out. I always hesitate to use the cliche phrase, it's a win-win, but what else do you say? It's a win-win. It's a win-win for both organizations. And what we're talking about on Trucking Tributes is the sponsorship program that we have at Wreaths Across America. And through this program, this organization, being Wreaths Across America, has actually been able to give back to other organizations. And since the inception of Wreaths Across America as a nonprofit organization, the $5 back sponsorship program works that way, so that you sign up as a sponsorship group, just as OIDA has done for us, and then you solicit the sponsorship of these veterans wreaths. The veterans wreaths, of course, are $17 per wreath. And then what happens is Wreaths Across America will give you $5 back, hence the $5 back program, to the organization. And you are able to use that money, no holes barred, no strings attached, for your organization's effort. And in OIDA's case, as you heard, that is for the Truckers for Troops program. Now, you mentioned that that there's been a decreased presence, yet we have troops deployed all over the world still. And unfortunately, probably as we speak, things have amped up a little bit again throughout the world, with some tensions, of course, in the Middle East and various other locations. So how do you actually coordinate the Truckers for Troops program?
Sure. So basically, we hold a couple of campaigns per year where we discount our membership price, and we dedicate 10% of those membership registrations and renewals to Truckers for Troops, and we also match it from OOIDA. And those funds are put together to do packages for veterans' homes and care packages. And I will tell your listeners that, if they know someone serving in a combat zone, send us an email. We're always looking for more addresses to send care packages. You just send an email to troops@ooida.com, and we'll take care of sending a care package. And our care packages, they're not just a little shoebox with a few pairs of socks and some snacks. Ours are full of all kinds of stuff, all kinds of goodies and things that we kind of customize it every year, but we put a lot in there.
Wow. And for those listening, we will give out that email address again before the end of this Trucking Tributes episode. So please be sure to get your pens or pencils handy, and you'll be able, or your phone, and take notes on your phone, depending upon how adept you are with your technology. And we will give that email address out again, of course, and then we'll put that in the Trucking Tributes blog post as well, Norita, because I think that's just marvelous. I always been a fan of the care packages because let's face it, they are away from home. In many instances, they are in harm's way. And what a great morale booster to get things from home, from people who care. I mean, I think it just sends such a strong message that, number one, you are not forgotten out there in your service. We know you're out there on a daily basis. We're not taking that for granted. And we know that sometimes those care packages, those comfort packages from home really can boost the spirits and let everybody know that, hey, we're thinking about you and we want to support you in what it is that you're doing in your military service. So that really is exceptional. Talk a little bit more, Norita, if you wouldn't mind. And I am speaking with Norita Taylor. She is with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, or for short, OIDA, or OOIDA. And you've got members as part of your organization, correct me if I'm wrong, Norita, that are not necessarily independent operator truckers. Is that correct?
Yeah, sure. We also have members who are company drivers and who are owner operators that are leased to carriers, which, some people think of that as independent. If we want to get really nitty gritty, a truly independent person has their own authority, but we don't need to split hairs here. But yes, we do have company drivers that are members because throughout a truck driver's career, they may switch back and forth. They may start out as a company driver, then get their own truck, and then maybe, later in their career, they may decide to pull back on living on the road and just work locally and go back to being a company driver.
Truth to that. I've heard it told on Trucking Tributes, as many interviews as I have done with professional drivers, that indeed does happen, and more frequently than you would think within the industry. And it's really just kudos to those folks who are able to go out and do their own thing. And then let's face it, after a while, they get a little tired of it and say, hey, I'd rather go back to being a company driver because, being an independent operator, there's an awful lot to it, and that sort of thing. So, Norita, what are we not addressing about your organization and how it serves the trucking industry that you think is important?
Well, I just think it's important for people to know that, we're here to represent them and to talk about the issues that are important to them. And that with any given issue that we do talk about, that, safety is always the first thing for everyone, for all that share the highways, for our members. Safety is always the biggest message going forward. I mentioned hours of service. Everybody needs to be safe. Everybody needs to be rested when they drive. The nuances become, like with any regulation, whether it works for out in the real world, flexibility, those kinds of things. And I just think that people need to know that we are here to talk to them. We want to hear from them. We want to help them reach out to their representatives. We actually do make it a little easier with our Fighting for Truckers website, which does give you a way to contact your lawmakers directly. It's just a, click and find. You don't have to try to backtrack and remember who was your elected representative last time. If you punch in your address and it pulls it up for you, and we have some templates that you can use that you could customize your own message on a particular issue and reach out directly to those that represent you in Washington, D.C.
And let's face it, if they are in fact worth their weight in public service to the community, they are listening to their constituents, and it's, more numbers the merrier in terms of getting that message across to those.
That's right. It doesn't do any good for me to say I have 150,000 members in our association if the lawmakers don't hear from you. They need to hear from you.
Yeah, they need to know that there truly is impact in the decisions that they're making and the bills that they're presenting and those sort of thing. And let's face it, they react if they're hearing from people. And that's the way it's designed, and that's the way it should be. So Norita Taylor with OIDA, let's give out that email address for your Truckers for Troops program. So again, if anybody out there knows of someone who is serving and deserves one of these humongous packages that I'm hearing about, care packages, how do they reach out to you?
Sure. So, you can find more information by going to our website, ooida.com. And the email that I mentioned is just simply troops@ooida.com. So TROOPS@ooida.com.
Don't want to put you on the spot, but this question may do that because I didn't tell you it was coming. Do you have a sense for how many care packages you've actually done over the course of your program?
Oh, actually, we do. If you'll bear with me here.
It kind of gives, while you're searching, it gives me absolute goosebumps. It really does, as I've mentioned before.
Sure. So normally I have that right in front of me. Let's see here. I do have that statistic, if you'll bear with me.
I'll bear with you. Absolutely. You are listening to Trucking Tributes, by the way, on RadioNemo. And we thank the crew at RadioNemo always for our partnership that we have that allows us to get the ears of more professional drivers and transportation companies.
Sure. So basically, we have raised, over the past 17 years, we've raised more than $800,000, sent more than 3,300 care packages, serving more than 39,000 members of the military.
That is just extraordinary. And again, if you know someone who is serving who has not been the recipient of one of these care packages, please reach out to the Truckers for Troops program through OIDA. And Norita, any final thoughts at all about your participation with Wreaths Across America that you care to share?
Hey, just be safe out there, and appreciate everything y'all do out there.
Couldn't agree with that message more, that message of safety that OIDA is all about. And of course, we're all about it at Wreaths Across America too, because we want to make sure that you are coming back in one piece to join us for Wreaths Across America's mission to remember, honor, and teach. And of course, National Wreaths Across America Day is Saturday, December 13th. It is never, ever too soon to reach out to our trucking division, because the rumor has it straight. Actually, it's not a rumor at all, nor is it a secret. We need trucks. We need trucks to haul these veterans wreaths. And our Director of Transportation, Courtney George, informs us that in 2025, we will be upping our numbers, probably close to 100 to 200,000 additional wreath orders this year. And that means that those veterans wreaths need to get to the headstones of our fallen throughout the country, because it's not just Arlington National Cemetery. We are at over 5,000 participating locations and memorials in addition to Arlington National Cemetery. So we need your support. We hope you reach out. Norita Taylor, OIDA, thank you so much for your involvement and your support of our mission. We appreciate your time today.
All right. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why? Wait, did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The cricket stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
We are back live with Highway to Health on Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios with that host of yours, the host of mine, the host of our lives, Jimmy Mack.
It is the Fastport Studios, and don't forget that Fastport, under the direction of its president, Brad Bentley, solves America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and most of all through people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. Here's a couple of things I really love about this new format, one of which is that if you're interested and just missed, in fact, Narita Taylor talking with Susan Patton, Narita Taylor, of course, of OIDA, talking with Susan Patton of Reads Across America, you can hear that right now over on the tube of you, where many people are yakking as we speak. Many people are making friends over at Facebook, leaving their heart on the iHeart. Well, they have the audacity to listen to Odyssey. By the way, they've opened that Pandora's box. You can hear us also on a certain app, and of course, RadioNemo.com, where you can click on that 365 button. Good morning from Road Gang Radio to Road Gang Radio. We're a fast and furious format of freight, facts, and fun, fueling your Tuesday morning. And by the way, guys, don't forget Trucking with OIDA will follow all of today's show. Can't wait to kind of get them in the game as well. We are, well, thrilled to welcome a new guest here, by the way. I'm being told to log back in on my computer, Dre. That's kind of hysterically funny. Happens every once in a while from time to time. Not really a problem, but we're going to say good morning to our latest guest. I gave you her bona fides before we actually even got to this point. Naomi Friedberg, Dr. Naomi Friedberg is joining us on Highway to Health, and we'll start off by saying good morning and welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Well, thank you. Hello. Good morning.
Where are we talking to you from? Lafayette?
Lafayette, Louisiana. Yes, sir.
How long have you been over there in that neck of the woods? Because we were talking earlier. As you can tell from my accent, I'm a New Orleanian straight through. I got that deep-fried Brooklyn accent. And Kevin Lindsay, who is the maintenance director over at TA and Petro, spent some time a little further south from Houma, and we were talking about a time period in our life when we were breathing in mosquitoes. You've got a pretty fun origin story. You've been in Louisiana for well over... How long have you been down here? Are you a native?
I am. I'm from Lake Charles, Louisiana, and pretty much have lived here all my life, except for brief stints going to school. So yes, and relocated to Lafayette, Louisiana after, I guess it was about 30 years ago, after my husband and I married and finished up school, and we've been in private practice as psychologists ever since.
Yeah, and that's since 1996. You've done individual psychotherapy and psychological evaluation for the young and the old, and you have a particular interest in anxiety disorders, which, as you can imagine, for a lot of our listeners out there kind of trapped in the isolation of their own mind, who often rely on us to give them a little bit of help. You know, it is, you are uniquely kind of positioned here to have a great conversation this morning. And just wanted to kind of talk about anxiety disorders quickly before we kind of pivot into other stuff. Can you, like I said, there's a lot of, one of the things I know drives you crazy in your profession is, oh, you know, I used to date this malignant narcissist. Oh, my God, the guy's a sociopath. Oh, my God, she's a borderline personality disorder. And you just want to reach out, I know, and put these people in a hurt locker and slap the pain combination on them. Because, you know, all of those things are, everybody out there literally has their own book, and they're all diagnosing everybody around them. They, on the other hand, have an anxiety disorder, which, of course, is so gentle and so lovely and makes them wonderful people. Can you actually define what an anxiety disorder is, so they can understand?
Sure. And you know, I do think it's kind of been a more recent phenomena, especially with COVID. You know, certainly we can thank COVID for one thing, that mental health has become much more, you know, out there in social media and more talked about it, less stigmatized. But along with that is kind of like what you've talked about, is that everybody thinks that they can go on TikTok or, you know, or anywhere any kind of platform and diagnose themselves. And that's, on some level, it's good that mental health is more, you know, there's a lot more awareness out there, but at the same time, you know, sometimes people are reading too much into it. So yes, there are, you know, we can be nervous or worried about things in our lives, but then there's more serious mental health issues like an anxiety disorder. And, you know, that's marked by excessive worry. It's marked by thoughts that you can't get out of your head. It's marked by sometimes not even being able to get out of bed because you're physically gripped with anxiety. So, you know, any kind of disorder, mental health disorder, is truly marked by you have a difficulty functioning in your daily life. And that's when you know you need to get help. When you can't get out of bed, you can't get to work, or you can't concentrate when you're at work. So, yes, that's what a true anxiety disorder would be.
Yeah, and I'm glad you put it that way, because we're talking about genuine bona fide paralysis. We're talking about
absolutely,
where it literally becomes that people don't understand that when Hamlet says to be or not to be, it means he's reaching for a glass of water and he can't even decide whether it's worthy to pick it up or not. I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to. And the other question I really wanted to ask you was, is there a point where you can recognize that you're drifting in that direction and maybe put the brakes on it before everything begins to unravel? That, you know, you might be having an acute anxiety disorder, an acute episode of this. And I kind of, like I said, really want to talk about that too, because people, bear with me because I'm not the expert here. You are. There are moments when people can demonstrate all the aspects of an anxiety disorder, but it really is brought on by stress, a particular moment in their life and time, whereas there are other people who may need to explore long-term therapy solutions and medication because it is a situation that needs to be managed. Can you kind of distinguish between those two things?
Sure, and you kind of hit it on the nose. And, you know, as far as when we talk about stress, right, stress and pressure, which I know your trucking community certainly has. And, you know, I've actually had a little bit of experience here in South Louisiana.
A little bit.
With our offshore workmen, workforce. And they, too, have some of the challenges that your long-haul trucking community has, whether it be isolation, long stints away from home, kind of boredom, monotony of their job, you know, having the stress and pressure of knowing things that are happening back at home that they can't, you know, be a part of or be there to help manage. So I kind of understand some of that, and that is the stress and pressure of your community. And so, you know, stress that's what our daily lives are, right? We have certain stressors. Stressors aren't necessarily a negative, horrible thing. Our bodies, our brains were made to manage stress as human beings, right? That's, you know, and most of the time when they are kind of daily stressors, our bodies, our brains, we kind of rise to the occasion to meet those challenges. However, when that stress and pressure is prolonged or it's not well managed, and, for your community, whether it's constantly having deadlines that are very difficult to meet, or fatigue, sleep problems, when those things aren't properly managed, and we can kind of talk a little bit about that, about how to quote unquote properly manage that stress, then it can lead into anxiety. And, anxiety used to be our friend. It's the flight or flight response, right? If we saw a saber-toothed tiger in the wild, our bodies would tell us to run like heck or fight back. But now, these days, we have very modern pressures and anxieties. And so sometimes when those go overboard or stay prolonged, or our bodies react to those stressors or pressures, it can be, it can affect our physical health. It affects our sleep. It affects our ability to concentrate, and do our work, or to even interact with people that we love, right? So those are the, daily stressors are what life are, that's what it's about. However, the anxiety, when it flips over into a debilitating condition, that's when we want to get some help. We want to talk to somebody objective that doesn't, isn't going to tell us to just kind of like buck up and deal with it. It's going to be somebody who's going to kind of, tell us, hey, let's tear this apart. Let's pick this apart and figure out what we can do to manage or to, kind of solve some of these issues.
Let me kind of re-encapsulate what you said, because I think you're taking us to absolutely where we need to go. So we have daily stressors in our life. Many people haven't taken the time to kind of recognize them. Often the daily stressor in and of itself is not bad. However, it can then, when not dealt with, create anxiety in us. And the inability to kind of recognize the stressor with the creation of anxiety also means that you haven't done the work to kind of either implement coping strategies that either you can do through mindfulness and sort of techniques of kind of how do I bring the stress level down to allow me to get back to the task, or to recognize the stressor as a genuine call to action. Okay, well, this stress is building, so what strategies can I take to make sure I make it on time to my load? And since I can't, let me pick up the phone and call the people at dispatch to let them know it's going to be a little bit late and relieve the stress. I guess the next thing we got to ask then is, you and I, by the way, have told my listeners this. I talked to somebody, and he's a groovy dude, and he's gotten me back on the road and back to a path of sanity. So I'm a big proponent of what it is you guys do. Can you talk a little bit about, in recognition of those stressors, what are some of the coping mechanisms and coping strategies, I guess is a better word, because we're not talking about bottling it up and putting it away. That ain't good.
Sure.
Or what the calls to action are when these stressors arrive.
Yes. Well, and congratulations to you for, communicating to your listeners, to the world, that yes, you get help too. Absolutely. And that's part of it, is, releasing the stigma around it, communicating your feelings, being able to communicate to other people, I need help. That is a huge part of it, because so many people don't reach out because they think they should have, been able to manage this on their own, or they shouldn't have these feelings, or it's weak, right? So good. I'm glad that, we're kind of opening up and talking about it. And people these days do, much more now than ever before. I mean, we have all kinds of celebrities, our NFL football players coming out, speaking out about this, and that's what's really important, is that we make it a lot less stigmatized to come out and just say we need help. So, the first thing is communication, right? Letting your loved ones know, I feel this way. I mean, you can even Google feelings word list for all those people who can't identify their feelings or don't know the words to say. And, there's 100 ways to say I'm happy, but there's also 100 ways to say I'm sad or angry or scared. If are confused, and are so. That's the first thing, is knowing the words to communicate that. And like I said, you can just Google feelings word list, right? And sometimes that's helpful in and of itself. That's a coping mechanism, to be able to have this almost physical feeling and being able to look down at a list and going, oh, okay, that's what I feel, right? That can kind of help relieve, to be able to say it out loud. Another thing, which is very important, and we kind of maybe have touched on it earlier on, is taking care of yourself in terms of sleep. Knowing, recognizing that perhaps your sleep habits aren't healthy, and to, have some sleep hygiene, as psychologists call it, having a bedtime routine, a more consistent schedule as you can. I know that's not always possible. Avoiding, doing anything stimulating before bedtime, optimizing your sleep environment. I know that might, sometimes be difficult too, but really understanding sleep hygiene. And again, you can Google that, and all kinds of great tips. Sleep has come out, is one of the most researched things, and it's one of the biggest stress relievers we have. And when we don't have consistent sleep, that can be very detrimental and kind of push us over the edge into some anxiety or depression. Another thing is, it's interesting. I don't want anybody meditating out there while they're driving, but you can do some breath work exercises that can be done while you're sitting down.
Dr. Naomi, did you see the article recently about the idea that there are people who say that simply there are people who have literally gotten a better balance by every time they go to a stoplight engaging in breathing exercises? There was
there
a big
you go.
thing.
I did not. Very good. Thank you.
John Legend actually talked about it. He's like, he just sits there and literally anytime he's in traffic and he gets to a light, he says, you know what, I'm going to use this moment to breathe better and to refocus his breathing. It's remarkable. And I wanted to tell you really quickly that one of our listeners and one of our regular contributors, Dean Croak, is actually on the chat, and he is a big proponent and an expert on exactly what you're talking about in regards to sleep. It is the key to everything, is it not?
Absolutely. Yes. Very good. Yes. And so there are several things that you can do. Another thing is, in your off time, when that is, to really cultivate some hobbies. And they can be simple hobbies, and even hobbies that, you can even bring into your work life, such as, let's get into some music and make a cool Spotify list for whenever I'm back on the road, or listening, finding out what kind of podcasts might be very interesting for you. So, and also some physical hobbies, right? If you're in a type of work where you're sitting all day, such as myself, it's very important to have a physical hobby. So those are all kinds of things that kind of help, not only with what we might call kind of burnout, right? Because that's kind of another thing to be looking for in any kind of job that's pretty monotonous or takes a lot of focus and concentration for a long period of time, is, those are the things that you want to do to make sure you don't burn out, and certainly not to move into more of a mental health challenge like depression or anxiety.
Interestingly enough, I actually talked about it this morning, and it's a very silly story, but I think it is really important to remind people. So this woman, Maria Juan Fusta, was given the Guinness Book of World Records for the most egg cups ever. Well over 15,000, and they actually did it. She is in her 80s. She's been doing this collecting for over 50 years, and it is.
Come on.
It is literally. I'm telling you, it is literally one of those cases where people need to understand that having something else that you think about, that you dream about, that fills you with your own personal sense of accomplishment, whether it's building models, whether it's collecting egg cups, all of that kind of stuff. People say it's silly. It's silly, but here she is, 80 years old, and now got herself a story in the UPI. You know, I mean, it's
I
just
love it.
amazing
Yeah.
how you can carve out an identity for yourself by simply focusing on something so kind of quiet. And by the way, that collection includes like 8 cups of Betty Boop, just to give you a sense of this. But that's really the core of what we're talking about here is the idea that, you know, that we're not talking about, you know, making these massive big steps. We're talking about taking a breath and thinking outside of the moment of anxiety that we're in, correct?
Absolutely, and it is about you know, I know it can be a little frustrating for people when you know us mental health people might say things like, "Well, you just need to do some self care," and people are like, "Well, how much? You know, how do I have time to take care of myself whenever I have this job? And then of course when I'm home, I have my family and they need me." And it really, like you said, sometimes it really is just about making sure I got some decent sleep, making sure I have some healthy food on board, making sure I, you know, am listening to some decent music that's picking me up, or taking a breath at a stoplight, you know, just taking some deep, you know, some different breaths, focusing on our physical, our posture, you know, how we are, you know, really just kind of taking a moment to be aware of our bodies. That is self-care in and of itself. Sure.
The other thing I wanted to bring up, because like I said, no, I always do this on purpose because I want to catch everybody up. And by the way, Doctor, we never got a chance to talk off the air. Is it Friedberg or Friedberg?
It's Friedberg. Yes, like Freebird.
Oh,
but
my God.
With a G.
Fly high, Friedberg. Dr. Friedberg is joining us this morning, so I want to kind of set what we've set up here. So we have these daily stressors. They often result in the creation of anxiety. If we fail to recognize them, it can actually amp up the stress level. And to amping up that stress level, we're headed towards a word you've already used that I want you to kind of define as well, too, burnout. What it means to go from a place of stress to a place of burnout and how dangerous that can be for both your mental and physical health.
For sure. So, yeah, I think, you know, most people, you know, whenever we talk about burnout, they think we know, you know, what that's about. Because I think a lot of people do at times, you know, when they're in a certain industry for a long time, it's pretty inevitable that burnout's going to come your way at some point in time. It is a bit of a wake-up call, right? And there are, you know, symptoms to be looking for. When we're talking about the emotional symptoms, you know, it's not just about the anxiety. It's about just kind of feeling exhausted, drained, right? Even sometimes when you do get decent sleep, just feeling kind of exhausted and not really willing or wanting to meet the day, a loss of motivation, irritability, even like cynicism, you know, just kind of like real negative, frustrated, detached from what's going on around you, which kind of emotional numbness, right? Like not really sure how you feel. Sometimes, you know, I think it can lead to sleep disturbance, you know, maybe having a hard time falling asleep because you're kind of keyed up, or thinking too much, headaches. There may be some changes in your appetite. And, you know, burnout can bring on problems with your immune system. So you might be getting sick more easily. So, you know, and also, too, procrastination. When you were saying earlier, you know, all you can do, you can just kind of reach out and say, hey, I'm not going to make it. I'm going to be late. But then you don't want to make that call. All of those things kind of, when you're withdrawing from people, certainly can signal burnout for sure.
Yeah, and the other problem is the fact that, you know, it's also distinguishing, and you did a pretty darn good job of explaining to people, burnout is not a bad day. A bad day is a bad day, and often a good night's sleep, as Thomas Aquinas talked about, often dispels the demons that haunt us at night. It's when the next morning, and that's a really good point. That's really kind of a great way to kind of analyze what's happening. By the way, you're the expert. If I say anything wrong, you can say, "Actually, Jimmy, you got that wrong."
Come on, you're doing great.
So basically, one of the telltale signs always kind of strikes me is that so you finally get home, you finally get a good night's sleep, and you wake up the next morning, and it's it's not that, you know, you don't want to do anything because it's your day off. It's like you don't want to do anything. You're just like, I'm done.
Yeah.
It's when you begin to feel burnout. Actually, it's great that the word done and burnout work together, because when you burn something out, it's overdone. You are overdone. People say, I'm done. No, you're overdone. You don't want to do any more. That's really what it comes down to, right?
Yes. Yes, yes, definitely. And you know, I think there are things before, you know, if you can recognize that it's happening, there are things you can do yourself, you know, to address that, you know, really trying to kind of make your work environment healthier, going ahead and doing some of these stress management techniques that we've been talking about. They aren't you know, when we have burnout, it doesn't necessarily mean, oh gosh, I got to call a therapist and go spend a bunch of money on therapy. It's a wake up call for ourselves to kind of reset and remember that we're human, and to know that burnout is actually pretty common, and to be able to talk about it, you know, communicate. I always say, talk to people. Yeah.
Everybody really ought to go take a look, by the way. I'm a big fan of the original Star Wars, and I mean the first movie and the second movie, and then until we get to Rogue One, I really don't care about what happens, all the in-between stuff. But there's a really great story about George Lucas at the end of the first Star Wars movie, is that they thought he was deathly ill, only to find out that he was simply, genuinely was suffering from exhaustion. The genuine clinical definition of exhaustion, that he had literally burned out and didn't want to make anything. I would recommend people do that. I want to let people know to go to FRIEDBERG psych, PSYCH.com, FriedbergPsych.com. What you'll find there.
I should probably make that easier, shouldn't I?
No, but I thought that'd be kind of fun to do it that way. Friedberg Psychology Practice, by the way, is compassionate professionals in behavioral and mental health, and you will see the warm, loving people that are over there if you guys go check that out. Unbelievable as it might sound, we have actually been on the air for almost 25 minutes. Segment is over. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness! I'm used to the therapy hour, Jimmy. You know, I'm used to. I could talk for another 30.
I understand. Well, it's my job now to say, I'm sorry to say, Dr. Friedberg, our time is up. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you having me. Thank you so much.
Guys, really seriously, go to friedbergpsych.com. Now, you know how to spell it. Shouldn't be hard to find. These people are terrific, by the way. They come highly recommended. We've got friends who care deeply about them, and as you can see, their work is, this is the right voices of the kind of people you want to be talking to. You want to be talking to somebody. If it's just a pastor, if it's just a mentor, if it's a life coach, somebody who is willing, this is important, not to tell you what you should do. What you need is somebody who says, I don't know what you should do, but let's start talking about it first. That's an important thing. Hey, guys, give us a call at 615-292-6366. The last four digits of that spell Nemo. Get yourself into this conversation. Lots to talk about. Maybe get somebody to drop on in and say hi as the show begins to roll forward. Don't forget, we got Strange. Andy Thomas talking about his new book, Strange. And then Scott Shea's got a great piece about the 5 winners and the 5 losers of the Summer of Love Brokers. No, just love. What's Love Brokers from, by the way, guys? Which movie is that from? Love Brokers. Made somebody famous, made a certain comic and then serious actor incredibly famous. That famous guy actually was also on the staff of Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Lots of weird stuff in my brain. And it's 7 Degrees of Separation Day, birthday-wise. We'll get to that. Phone Master Dre, give me some groovy tunes, and we'll talk our way through the remainder of this process. They're yakking on YouTube, guys. They're friending on Facebook.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
The voice of the highway is rolling live from good old-fashioned New Orleans. Welcome to Road Gang Radio with your fearless guy behind the mic, Jimmy Mack, coming to you straight from Fastport Studios.
Hey guys, I mentioned it earlier on this morning, but this National Day is celebrated by truckdown.com because the quickest way back to the party is Truckdown. Since 1997, in 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces, they have been cause for celebration for truckers and maintenance providers. You go to truckdown.com, and after that, you can celebrate. It's 2 things we can talk about this morning. Lindsay Lawler is going to join us at 10:30 in the center. I'm still working on old RadioNemo time. 10:30 in the center, 11:30 in the east for country and western music news. But she's also going to drop in on Andy Thomas. And I'm really excited about that, by the way, because his new book is called Strange. He is a celebrated paranormal investigator. A lot of people are excited about hearing what he's got to say. Got some groovy stuff coming our way in regards to festivals, conferences, and public speaking appearances, and that new book, Strange, which I will dig into in just a little bit. But today is National Video Game Day and Be a Kid Again Day. We were talking earlier with our good friend Chowder about this, digging in to the conversation, which you can jump into now. Phone lines are open for just a brief bit at 615-292-6366. Be a Kid Again Day, by the way. I'm going to kind of throw National Video Game Day in there. In the old days, we would have gotten Nick DeMeo on the air, and he and I would have shot the breeze along with Lindsay about video games. But the truth of the matter is that Nick's a little busy, by the way. In case you didn't know it, the reason why people are yakking over on YouTube, friending people on Facebook, leaving their heart at iHeart, having the audacity to go to Odyssey, opening the Pandora's box and making their way to a certain app of which we will not mention, and of course going to RadioNemo.com where they can click on 365. The reason people can say good morning #RGR is because Nick DeMeo, our general manager, is making all of that happen as we speak. More platforms are to come. More partnerships are to come. And speaking of partnerships, I would be lax if I did not mention our friend Narita Taylor, who just did a wonderful interview with our friend Susan Patton from Wreaths Across America for Trucking Tributes. I bring up Narita, of course, because she is public relations for OIDA. And speaking of that, we have another partner in Landline and OIDA. They have just left another platform, which shall not be mentioned, and decided to join us here on Tuesdays Thursdays, and Fridays with an expanding role moving down the road. On today's Trucking with OIDA, they are going to explore the latest spot market data with Brent Hutto of truckstop.com, who notes something new that we haven't seen in years, and it's a positive sign for owner-operators. Plus, a new pitch for overtime pay for truckers, ambitious plans for coast-to-coast high-speed rail projects, and Alex Leslie of the American Transportation Research Institute breaks down what a new report on operational cost tells us about the challenges facing the industry. I like working with these folks, by the way, Dre, because Alex Leslie has been on this platform. Do you notice he's not talking about the same thing with them he was talking about with us? And that's what it means to have an actual partner who ain't stealing your guests or your programming, but is working with you to create better programming. Kudos to our friends Ashley and Scott, Jamie Jones, and all the folks over at OIDA as well, like Narita. Who do we got on the phone?
Absolutely. Well, speaking of partners in crime, I think Lindsay Lawler wants to come on in here and say,
bring her on in, man.
Before we get to our other caller that called in. Hey, boo.
What do you know?
It's like if you say her name 3 times, is it kind of like Beetlejuice and she appears? And I don't know if that's good or bad anymore.
Well, he did it twice, so then that's good that you appear, because if it was, I don't want to incorporate you with Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I've been called worse. I've also been called better. So here we are.
By the way, Lindsay, you can tell that I was deeply hoping that you somehow would be able to get that Comrex working. We were explaining this morning, by the way. It really is cool. We were telling people that we don't have technical difficulties so much as we are continuing to upgrade the situation, and we did not get the notes
operator error.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe operator error.
Well, we didn't get the notes from the guy from Comrex until last night in the email. If we'd have gotten them at noon, we'd probably be talking in a very different format right now. But I even got dressed up for you. Just want to point out here.
I was about to say, you look great. You look like you've lost weight. Also, is that cactuses and Snoopy's on your shirt? Who are you?
That's right, cactuses and Snoopy on my shirt, and I got a little Snoopy space program stuff on my hat as well, by the way. You look pretty
really leaning in.
You look very summer for the neck of the woods that you are in right now. That's it. That's a very summer northeast corridor, northeastern, coastline sort of look. By the way, very groovy.
Yeah,
very groovy.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to make my It's my day to make the reel. Promoing tomorrow's show. Tuesday is my day, and now that everybody's upping their game, I have a lot of anxiety around it. But luckily, I'm in a place where I've got some thoughts. I've got some thoughts where I can give me a home. Not where the buffalo roam, but where the lobster and the oysters roam is where I'm coming to you now from. So
by the way, we have we have oysters and crawfish. You have oysters and lobsters. By the way, so you have the big uns and we have the little uns. By the way, speaking of videos, did you see our friend Marshall's video?
I almost said Marshall Tucker. Marshall Platter Tucker Band? No, I did not.
Yeah, well, Marshall Platter Tucker Band actually puts a little bit of, he actually tagged me on it, sent me the video. You need to look at it because it's got a picture of you, it's got a picture of Madison, a picture of Dre. It's also, of course, playing Fire on the Mountain by the Marshall Tucker Band.
There you go.
Which is peak road gang
listening. It wasn't that far off.
Yeah, it wasn't far off at all. But we got to, and by the way, I know you're excited about Andy Thomas, right? I mean, you got to be stoked about paranormal investigators.
I wasn't supposed to be on, and then I was like, oh, we're talking ghosts? I'm there. Hello. Talking strange things. Especially a guy calling from England talking ghosts. I mean, how much more cliche in a good way can you get? I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing like when Julian Simpson shows up. You're just kind of like, wait, no, there's some guy with a British accent talking about paranormal strangeness. No, I'm in. Just deal me in.
I'm in. Say less. I'm not even here to talk. I'm here to listen for that one.
Well, what's crazy about it, too, is the fact that, and I'm going to say this right now, there are just certain things that sound better when, and I sound so inherently like Dumbo American. Man, there are things that when you tell me a conspiracy theory and you sound like you're from Appalachia, I'm like, yeah, I'm not buying it. But if you tell me the same conspiracy and it's like, I need you to listen very closely about what I'm going to tell you next, I'm like, oh, my God, tell me. Oh, my God, I'm completely in.
You know what? It's the same thing. You hit on me in a just a boring dumb guy American accent on a bar. I'm out. Now you come up to me and you say you're an Australian or maybe a tough Bostonian. I'm in.
Well, you know what the other big exception is too is anybody who is what I call a highbrow intellectual, not just smart, but a highbrow intellectual who talks in a Southern accent. That is something really interesting too. But I mean, that's got to be blowing jazz. That's a really kind of That is a really kind of great dichotomy. You ever heard that one where it's like the problem with Soren Kierkegaard?
It's very confusing.
It really is. It creates a disruption where it's like, in order to understand Camus' myth of Sisyphus, you've got to really kind of begin with the Greek legend that it's based on, and the idea of a masculine sort of entity rolling a rock up of a hill. And you're going, wait a minute, what's going on here? A hill. But it's like when it can be, like I said, those contrasts, that contrapuntal sort of energy really kind of lends it. So when you take the crazy of a conspiracy theory, some of which are not so crazy, and you then lend it the sheen, not the Martin Sheen, but the sheen on a car of an English schoolboy education, you start to go, maybe this guy's got something here. I mean, it's just like based
it's all
on
about it. When you said heel, you kind of reminded me of that Savannah accent too, which is like you've just swallowed, you've got some molasses stuck in the back of your throat, and it reminded me of my husband Seamus and I went to a dear friend's wedding years ago in Savannah, and they have all the different squares there in Savannah, and their wedding had been at, now this is the creator of Jackass whose wedding it was, so you get it, so you can picture the kind of a guests that were at this wedding. It was quite rowdy, but it was funny, they had it in one of the beautiful museums in one of the squares in Savannah, and we'd been at the wedding the night before, and it was rowdy. There was a band. There was, of course, full bar. This piece of information is important for the next part of the story, by the way. And we had a wild, ruckus kind of time. So then the next day, we decided with another couple friends of ours to go and do one of the ghost tours in Savannah, where you get on the little trolley, and they take you around the town. And it was great because the guy guiding our tour was amazing. He was doing and over here you have but over here, over there. And it was so funny because when we pulled up to where we had been the night before, he's like, oh, now over here, this is a very historic museum. And it said that Miss Tessie, or whoever, whatever the ghost name, Miss Tessie lives up there in the balcony and looks over. And you're not allowed to have any loud music or crazy ruckus going on. And we raised our hands in the back. We're like, I was pretty drunk there last night. I think Miss Tessie is a liar over here. but the accent did it all. It's like they could have told me that, and they could have told me any ghost story in that accent, and I will immediately believe you.
By the way, that was the calling card of Jim Garrison, who of course was the DA of New Orleans, and all of his Kennedy assassination conspiracy theories. He wasn't from New Orleans; he was from Iowa originally, and so he would say things like, "Lindsay, are you aware of the Shakespearean parallels of the Fair Play for Cuba Committee in the assassination of our beloved President John Fitzgerald Kennedy?" And you're just like, "No, but I need you to tell me right now."
Tell me more.
We are through Lewis Carroll's Looking Glass here, where black is white and up is down. It's like, I don't know what you're saying, but man, I know something terrible happened, and you've got a bead on it. I love all that kind of stuff, man.
Don't know what you're saying, yet I believe you.
Exactly. Well, I mean, that may just sum up the contemporary era that we live in. I'm not really quite sure what you're getting at, but I'm completely with you. It's become clear. It's become clear. I can't understand you, so I might as well believe you. I mean, that's kind of the basic foundation. Yeah. Talk to me a little bit about what you guys have been doing up there the last couple of days. We haven't really dug into that because I missed you yesterday because it was Nemo Nation. But tell us what you've been up to over there.
Yeah, well, we're here. My husband got here a few days before my daughter and I. We're here now. We checked into we're renting a house with some very dear friends of ours, a guy that my husband Seamus grew up with, so his family, and they have 14-year-old twins. Their birthday was yesterday, and so they're great with our daughter Freya. So yesterday we went to the beach. The day before yesterday we went to a pond. So there's all these kettle ponds, Jim, all over the Cape, specifically in Wellfleet on Cape Cod. There's did you say 7 or 8 ponds in Wellfleet? How many ponds in Wellfleet? 7 or 8?
How many ponds in Wellfleet?
Something like that. So the kettle pond, do you know what a kettle pond is, Jim?
I do know what a kettle pond is, so I have a pretty clear picture of what we're talking about here.
Yeah, so they formed from the glaciers forever ago, and I only know this because I asked it yesterday. I don't just happen to have knowledge on myself at all the times like you, but they formed from the glaciers ages ago, but now which formed all the deep well, so to speak, that it is, and they're spring fed from where, Wellfleet gets its water around here. and they're stunning. They're gorgeous. It's a huge, huge pond. There's usually like one house on each pond, and it's on Golden Pond. So yesterday went to a place called Duck Pond. There's Great Pond. There's Long Pond. All these ponds all over, and they have kind of a beach area. But it's a nice, going to the beach is great, but it's a lot of work, especially, and there's dunes. You have to go down a hill to get to the beach, which means when the day is over and you're tired, you have to walk up the hill to get back up with all your stuff, with kids that are usually spent, with all, your gear and your coolers and your chairs and your umbrellas and everything. So it's and this sounds ridiculous to say, but it's a lot of work to go to the beach. I know how I sound when I say
No, it doesn't actually. It's why I don't go.
Know what I mean.
That's why I don't go. I'm not kidding around, dude. I'm not even cool beaches, which is what you're kind of experiencing to some degree, and a hot beach. I don't want to go. I want to go.
Yeah,
I'm done with it.
It's a lot of work, and it's so hot, but the water's so cold. So it's like you go in to refresh, and it also is the medicine ball that is the ocean, which is so rejuvenating and amazing. But you can just kind of dip in. And there is, let's be honest, there's a pretty big shark problem up here on the Cape. So it's real exciting.
50th anniversary. 50th anniversary. Don't go in the water.
50th anniversary of Jaws.
And that's where it happens, that you are in Jaws country. You are in Jaws country.
We are in Jaws country. And here's the thing. If I'm going to get taken by a shark, it might as well be during the 50th anniversary of Jaws. If I'm going to do it, let's make history. Let's go down with history, I say.
You go in the cage. Cage goes into the water. Shark goes into the water. Farewell and adieu to you fair Spanish Lindsays. Really quickly, by the way, Beach Bum says a big good morning to you. He's also out on the West Coast, hoping everybody had an amazing 4th. It's his first time on in a couple of days. Our good friend Trucker Bosun did know the reference, by the way, of Love Brokers. That, of course, is from Night Shift. He says it's a great scene. It is by the way, have you seen Night Shift? Have you seen that with Henry Winkler and Michael Keaton? Oh, my God. It is the first time Michael Keaton ever appears on screen. His entrance pretty much announces to the United States of America and Zebulon 5 out there in the galaxy, this man is going to be a star. Lindsay, if you get a chance, all you have to write is go on YouTube and just write Michael Keaton's entrance in Night Shift. And you'll instantly know, like, oh, my God. It is one of the most unhinged. He comes in singing Jumpin' Jack Flash with his Walkman on, and it only gets progressively weirder from that point. By the way, Beach Bum also says you only have to say it twice for double L to actually show up. And
I like it. I'm a double. I want to see that from Beetlejuice. Get to the point quicker is what I say. Get me in sooner. Why wait for 3 times? Bring me in after 2. I like it.
Exactly. And Trucker Bosun then points out, since he is a movie buff like I am, if I remember correctly, boy, what a great get. Lindsay prefers Freddy Krueger to Beetlejuice.
Okay, well, let me just tell you, it comes up a lot on this show, but I have a thing with Freddy Krueger, and the dreams have not stopped. So anyone listening, here's the deal, that I have a recurring dream that Freddy Krueger's there, and I'm trying to convince him. I'm like, Freddy, you don't have to do this. Life could be so great. Why are you so disgruntled? And then we fall in love. Or, I have this, we have this weird, it's like a love-hate thing, guys, basically. But I'm always trying to convince Freddie doesn't have to do it. And just be with me. I'll bring you to the light side. Step away from the dark side. And I'm never scared of him in my dream. Although that was the movie I watched when I was young that gave me, and especially I think it's Nightmare on Elm Street 3, where he rips the babysitter's head off and he's standing in the doorway with with the babysitter's head in his hand. I can't, that image will never, ever, ever go away from me. Perhaps why he haunts me to this day. And then there was years ago, a haunted house I went to in Texas, and it was 21 stories kind of thing. And I'm sure I've told you about this, Jim, before, but you paid, let's say it was $21 to go through. You would get $1 back every floor you made it through. Here's the catch. You have to go alone. You have to go through the haunted house alone, which is why I did it once, and I will never do that again. I think I only made it 8 floors. But there's one floor, and this is, I think, what did me in, when you're walking, and all of a sudden the floor drops out from under you, the lights go off, a strobe light hits, and you realize you're in one of those gymnastics foam pits, and Freddy Krueger is in the pit with you, slashing, and it's dark and just a strobe light. Now, come on. Would you be able to make it through that?
Yeah.
Of course you would. I did not. I was like, all right, I'll take my money back. Peace out.
But I'll tell you, Claire and I, one of our first big kind of moments where we realized we're going to be together is the Nemo and Lady Nemo took us to Universal Halloween Horror Nights. And the haunted houses there are spectacular. I mean, they are just,
I'm sure.
they do 12 of them, anywhere from 10 to 12 of them. And you'll have fun ones like the Stranger Things one and the Ghostbusters one is really fun. And then you'll have stuff like Poltergeist, where you literally realize you walk into the haunted house and you're like, wait a minute, why am I looking up? And then you realize you're in the pool at the end of the movie. And there are all of these decrepit skeletons popping up all around you and trying to pull you under, quote unquote, as it were. So I understand, by the way, is ripping the heads off of things a big, like, horror point for you? Does that, like, kind of send you into apoplexy?
No, because that's clear. I don't know why that one stood out, because that's silly. Like, that's kind of silliness.
Well,
the things that scare me are more something that could really happen, like the call's coming from inside the house, that kind of stuff. Or, stranger in the woods, especially since I live in the woods, that kind of thing. But goes outside of, we were talking about poltergeists this morning.
They're
specifically
here.
Because, so my husband, they're here. So my husband, Seamus, since we're on the Cape, the house he grew up in here is haunted. I don't know how else to tell you, believe in it or don't, but it is. And so Seamus has PTSD about it to this day. And the thing is that he would get, his room was upstairs. They would also house people from Ireland to come stay. So sometimes he'd be sleeping in different rooms and over the summer or whatever. But the room that at one point he slept in, he'd get really cold. He'd feel like he couldn't move. And then all of a sudden this apparition would come out of the wood floor. And it was like the Gordon's Fisherman. It was like the cliche Cape Cod ghost.
I know what you did last summer, guy, right?
100%, and 100%, and everybody and us in his family could describe it. So everyone had seen it before he even said it looks like this. Seamus came down in the morning. He's like, "Mom, Dad, I saw something," and they're like, "Did he look like this? This? Oh my gosh, yes, he saw him too." So it was an ongoing thing. So Seamus does not care for ghost stories. He does not care for our next guest. And so we got to talking about it this morning, and my friend Zach I was staying with, he was like, I would take a haunted house with ghosts over living on top of a cemetery, a la Poltergeist. It's like, I don't need any dead bodies floating at the top of my pool. And I was like, but it's a good way to get rid of house guests, I guess. So I don't know. It depends on what you're going for.
Oh my God. The idea of taking...
That's the scariest of all time.
You took the tombstones, but you didn't remove the bodies. It's one of the great reveals at the end of a film. And by the way, it's one of those few movies where they actually have a moment where they actually take the time to explain to you why the house is haunted. I just love that moment because it actually makes sense, all of it. All right, really quickly, a couple of things here I got to take care of, Lindsay, some bureaucracy for our friends out there. Just want to point out to people that our good friend Mark Schwemmer, who is the senior editor over at Landline, working with and for our good friend Jamie Jones over there, has a story right now that is pretty much calling for the removal OIDA is calling for the removal of the overtime exemption from the Big Beautiful Bill. President Donald Trump's quote-unquote, one big beautiful bill has been passed, signed into law, but OIDA believes the legislation excluded a critical provision that would benefit truckers. The bill, which was signed into law, of course, on the 4th of July, is touted as the largest tax cut in history for middle and working-class Americans. That includes no taxes on tips, overtime wages, and Social Security benefits. Truckers won't benefit from the no tax on overtime provision, as a long-time law exempts motor carriers from having to pay truckers time and a half when they work more than 40 hours a week. Do you relate to this out there, my friends? And you can give us a call at 615-292-6366. So OIDA is asking Congress to take an additional step and pass the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act. I'm sure that would be part of the conversation, if not in today's Trucking with OIDA, in future episodes of that as well. They've got a lot of stuff on the docket, too. Our friends Ashley and Scott are really ramping up that content over there. And Lindsay, I was making the point, and I hate to do this because I don't want to sound like I'm bitter, because I'm not bitter. I'm a coffee drinking guy, but I like my coffee full and robusto. like my cigars, and not bitter.
Is that a fat joke?
It is. It's about my behind. Everything else has gone away, but my ass continues to expand down here in the Crescent City.
Your hips don't lie. Your hips don't lie, buddy.
Your hips don't lie. By the way, it's about waist, not weight. Don't ever forget that, by the way, guys. That's what's really important. It's so nice to actually, Dre and I were talking about this earlier, right before you came in. It's so nice because Alex Leslie is going to be appearing from ATRI on OIDA for Truckers. Alex Leslie just recently was on our show, but he was talking about the upcoming study on diesel mechanics. He is actually headed over there to talk about their cost of operations. It is so nice to actually have partners and people you share a platform with who don't steal your content or your guests. That's a nice feeling, to be honest with you, and to actually figure that out. No, I'm going to be, complete transparency here. So I saw Alex, and I said, I wonder if he's going to cover the same material, which I don't have a problem with. But then to read that he wouldn't be doing that, and that he would be pivoting to their operational cost study. Pivot, hit that blinker and pivot.
It means they're listening to our show as we are listening to theirs, because it wouldn't behoove them to do the same thing we were doing anyway. It means it's a match made in heaven, a great partnership that they're providing and reporting on content that is in line with what we're doing, but they're doing it from their own take. They're diving into different areas. They're going obviously way more in depth than we do. We touch on it, especially over at Nemo Nation, what happened last week, what's coming up next week, and then they take that 12 steps further. And welcome to our 12-step program here. Hi, I'm Lindsay. That's Jimmy. They
Hi,
dive
Lindsay.
in way deeper. Hi, Lindsay. Thanks for having me. And they dive way deeper. But it makes for a great partnership where we can perhaps introduce things and they go deep. But I think it means that we're listening to each other's shows, because teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, and figuring all this out, we celebrate our relationship with OIDA and with our friends at Landline. And speaking of celebrations, let's celebrate some birthdays sponsored by our friends at Shady Rays. From the famous to the infamous, from the widely known to the obscure, we're making these milestones so bright, you got to wear shades. ShadyRays.com. Today, Lindsay, is the birthday of Mr. 7 Degrees of Separation himself. He was born on this day in 1958 in Philly to Edmund Bacon, architect and city planner, and Ruth Hilda Holmes, who was a teacher. Kevin Bacon was born on this day. And by the way, if you go through the films that made that fella famous, you instantly begin to figure out very, very quickly why the 7 degrees of separation of Kevin Bacon actually can be reduced to about 5. It's crazy, Lindsay. I mean,
Do you have a 7-degree connection to Kevin Bacon?
That's easy for me. That is so easy, because, and the same thing that you have too, dude. Because I have my friends Justin Wellborn and Michael Cerveris, both of whom have very good careers in Hollywood. That is a hop, skip, and a jump to get to them. I mean, I think I'm 3. I think there's a way to do it 3 because of those 2 actors. There are other actors I know too, like Mariana Clavino. I have a lot of friends. Michael's famous, but I have a lot of friends who are that guy or that gal that get me there really quickly. I can't imagine, given your connection to Evitz, given your connection to Laura, given your connection to the Jackass crew, you ain't 2 away. I mean, you must be just like 2 away.
I gotta be close. I'm trying to think. 7 degrees. Let's see.
All you have to do is take a Johnny Knoxville film, find out where Johnny Knox, who his co-stars are, and see if any.
Got it.
All right, tell me.
I did a quick search, so okay. I mean, we could probably do it through that old platform we were on too, to be quite honest.
We could.
But we're not. Yeah, if I'm married to Seamus, he works in Hollywood. Kevin Bacon's film crew, producers. Looks like Kevin Bacon, a guy that he worked with. Actually, I can do it in a lot of different ways.
Oh yeah,
through
dude.
The music industry, through Seamus, through radio platforms. Yeah, so we can both get there.
Oh, I can get there. Like I said, I'm already there, because I already because Walton Goggins and Timothy Oliphant. It's a real easy leap to get to Kevin Bacon from either one of them, and that's Justin. So because of Justified and Michael's credits are
Justified.
Justified. There we go. He would love it to be called that, by the way. Hey, Lindsay, let me tell you about who's coming up here, because I know you are, gosh darn, absolutely over the top excited about our next guest. I know this is your bag. The name of the book, by the way, which is great, is Strange. The author, of course, is Andy Thomas. He is respected paranormal researcher, Andy Thomas. And that new book presents a compelling collection of previously undocumented true life accounts from around the world, people who have encountered the unexplained. He's got interviews on Coast to Coast, Jim Harold, and Whitley Strieber's Dreamland. But he's going to be joining us to talk about his book, and we'll get into his bona fides on the other side of this break. You excited? Truth.
The call is coming from inside the house. The call is coming from inside the house.
Truthagenda.org. Andre will hit that music over here in the Crescent City, and we'll come back on the other side with Andy Thomas. It's Road Gang Radio.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. So they got you at ShadyRays.com.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RoadGangRadio.com. Jimmy and Lindsay, let's keep it rolling, baby.
By the way, the cruelest thing I could do right now, because Lindsay is literally giving up part of her vacation to be a part of this show, is to be like, Lindsay, you do the introduction. Totally kidding, by the way, on that. Completely, absolutely kidding.
Where's my notes?
I could do it.
I know you could.
I could do it.
I know you could, but it would not be fair to not having you in battle conditions. We talked a lot about Andy Thomas before we actually made our way to this particular segment. You guys are also going to be interested to know that he is the main organizer and co-MC of the Glastonbury Symposium Expand Your Horizon Conference. They've been running that annually for 35 years. And this summer, which it exists to explore all aspects of the paranormal, the unexplained, and various mysteries and intrigues. It is the UK's most prominent event of its kind, but it's got attendees from all over the world, and a couple of relevant things that have happened there are mentioned in Strange, by the way. All the details and speaker lineup for this year's event, which is the 25th through the 27th of July, can be found at glastonburysymposium.co.uk, by the way. And having told you his bona fides and talked a little bit about the book earlier this morning, why don't we just skip with all the formalities and say, without further ado, introduce our good friend Andy Thomas here to talk about his book, Strange. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Nice to be with you. Thank you.
And thank you for making the time.
And there it is, already with the accent. We already believe everything you're going to say about strange, paranormal, and anything else moving forward, Andy. So welcome to the program.
It's a pleasure.
I want to start here real quick because I was saying earlier before you came on, my husband, I'm currently on Cape Cod, in the Northeast where my husband is from. And he grew up, Andy, in a haunted house where everybody knew it was cliche. It was like the Gordon's fisherman who would come out of the floorboard. Everybody saw the same thing. Everyone could explain the apparition to a T. And that being said, it stunted my husband, if that's the right word, from any kind of ghost story or being around it. Any house he can walk in, and he's like, nope. He circles back out quickly if he feels that. And so I'm curious to you, Andy, your fascination, your knowledge, your expertise, and your ability to recount these stories. Walk me back to Andy as a child. Was there an interest at that point from a young age? How did Andy as a child become Andy now that has made such a beautiful career, especially with this new book, Strange, out?
I mean, I've always been interested in kind of unusual things. I think my parents were very open-minded to that. I remember them having books around by Eric von Daniken and people like that. But that's not really when it got me. I had a few strange things happen to me myself over the years. But I tell you what did it for me was when I was in my 20s, and I was down in an area of England where they have a lot of crop circles. And that year, there were so many crop circles, and it just knocked me off my feet. I couldn't find a single person that could explain it. And I just knew in the pit of my stomach I needed to find out more. And what happened then was that I got involved with the research for crop circles. And then, of course, before you know it, you're intermingling with people that are investigating UFOs and ghosts and psychic phenomena and all the rest of it. And it kind of spreads out from there. And I was very open-minded from the start, and I still am today. And I think just to dismiss all of this makes no sense when there are so many people that are experiencing that. And I suppose the key thing for me is that I've been lucky enough to give a lot of lectures over the years and write lots of books, and I meet people all the time who are having these paranormal experiences, and yet they're not taken seriously enough, and they should be. And so that's what I'm trying to do with the book Strange, is to put this right back on the map, and we do all need to talk about it, definitely.
So what, just because, real quick before I toss back to Jim, since you mentioned, we brought up the crop circles and your work spans crop circles to conspiracies to ghosts. To you, Andy, what thread connects all this diverse phenomenon in your mind, and what is the thread that you're like, okay, that's something that still falls into the wheelhouse of the unexplained that I'm interested in?
I mean, one of the interesting things that comes out of the book is that when you start to look at all these, when you first look at them, they all look separate, all these different phenomena from your ghosts and out-of-body experiences, near-death experiences, and UFOs and all the rest of it. You at first think it must be separate, but one of the things that a lot of people are realizing now is it's linked, and that actually reality is probably not quite what we see. Time and space is clearly leaky. Things are coming and going, and there are probably realms out there where, what we might call a ghost might be seen as alien by some people, and vice versa. I think there are realms of existence where things, they come and go, and they can manifest in different ways. And it's funny, the realization of that made me realize, well, that's why this all has to be in the same book, because this is not as separate as it looks, and you begin to realize there's a lot of crossover. The world we see, the world we can, wrap our hands on, the table here or the chair, whatever, that's one part of it, but there's something beyond that, and it's not all physical, and it's not all from A to B, which, of course, makes it all the more exciting and begins to explain why so many people are having really unusual experiences that, we can't just keep being skeptical about it. That stops making sense after a while. Many people know there's more to the world than meets the eye.
Well, and the other thing is one of the things that this book does so beautifully is it gives witness to people and gives them a genuine voice. So whatever you believe, we also know that if you silence enough people or dismiss enough people, it often puts them into a terrible place of despair. And there is a celebration here to some degree. I want people to go to truthagenda.org, by the way, if you want to find out more about Andy. But just to give you kind of an example, guys out there, there's a story about Fiona who had an out-of-body experience as well. But on another occasion, occasion, she actually has an encounter, and I'm just going to use her words and then kind of slip into yours. If it had been dark, it would have been very bright. It wasn't reflecting the sun's orange glow. We all turned to tell someone else, and in time we turned away to do this. It just disappeared. We could see from horizon to horizon in every direction, and it was gone. It made no sound. It left no contrail. And then you write, this is a good example of a single object observed by a group of people. Some of the above reports make it clear that sightings of the same UAP, which, by the way, is the new term to avoid a lot of the baggage that comes with UFO, are often shared over a wide local area, or in the case of the famous and controversial Phoenix lights of 1997, where a huge V-shaped configuration was seen flying across Arizona and Nevada, and reportedly beyond more than one state. And I was kind of curious if you feel in many ways that you are giving witness and giving voice to a lot of people who have been dismissed, laughed at, shunned, or feel like they're not being heard, and by hearing them, maybe helping them come to terms with what it is they've seen, or at least not, as we always love to say, feel alone in the universe.
Yeah, and that's, I think, a big problem. I mean, you mentioned a good point earlier on, is that people that are not heard out, they withdraw from the world. That can often become problematic. You can then wind up with very difficult behavior, and terrible things can happen. Just being heard, just being prepared to have somebody listen to your story makes such a difference. And what I've learned with all my work, from, the paranormal to researching why people believe in conspiracy, is you should never just dismiss. You've got to hear the evidence. You have to hear why they believe it. And even if you don't agree personally, understanding why something is meaningful to somebody, that's a really important thing. But I have discovered there clearly is evidence, in a number of areas that needs looking at. And just that somebody knows that they are not alone is a big deal. So I'll often give a talk, and then these are often, usually in fact, to people that don't know anything about the paranormal. They're just, community groups, and they turn up and they're ready to have a bit of a laugh. And then they hear this stuff, and they've realized, hang on, I once had an experience like this. And they'll come up to me at the end and say, listen, I haven't told anybody this before, but, and then they'll recount this incredible story of a ghost or a UFO or some very bizarre happening that they never felt they could share before. But because they know that I'm not going to make fun of them, they're able to share it. And the book really encapsulates so many of those stories, but goes beyond that. It puts it into a bigger context. It looks at what is going on here. If the skeptics are wrong, what else could be going on here? And when you look at the world of quantum research and all this talk about entanglement and all of this, actually you discover science is beginning to realize it doesn't just run from A to B. But it's very reluctant to admit that, because then they've got to accept things like the paranormal. And of course, scientists have been trying for years to deny that. But I think that is changing. And I hope the book will be another step in the road towards, making people reevaluate all of this stuff.
The other thing, really, really quickly, too, is that I've always said to my friends, and like I said, I've never had one of these kind of experiences or encounters. What I tell them when they tell me these stories is, they're like, you don't believe me, do you? And I said, actually, I don't know if what you think it was. I can't speak to that, but I do believe you. And because it's like there's a point where you say, people are experiencing this. And, and we've all had friends of ours who, look, we have friends who obviously have been scarred and deeply traumatized by what has happened, and therefore it calls them into account as a narrator. But there are other people we talk to where it's like, sheriffs in a local county, a gas station attendant who doesn't speak about such things, the people that you run into. It's important to actually begin with the premise that what they're saying happened. We don't know what it is, and nobody is making those claims for them. But what we can say is something happened that was beyond the normal construct of what people are used to dealing with and seeing. And I think it's a really fair place to start. And it's important to make sure that we tell people they're not to believe their own eyes. Correct?
Definitely. But here's the thing. I mean, sometimes you have to just take on board what's happening to you at the moment. I mean, when these things are happening to people, they haven't got time to analyze. You just go into an emotional reaction to it. But, the cases that I find most fascinating, and you mentioned one earlier on, when in the book Fiona and a whole group of people witnessed this UFO. There's a lot of cases, and also ghosts as well, and apparitions, where a lot of people all see the same thing at the same time. So, because the standard response from the skeptics is, it's a trick of the mind. You know, you had a hallucination, you thought you saw a ghost, you didn't. But that cannot possibly explain it when you've got a whole group of people, and I've interviewed some of these groups of people who all witnessed the same thing at the same time. You think, okay, well, that's not a hallucination. And we need to go beyond those very lazy explanations and consider that this is something real and meaningful to people. And, of course, we've also got events sometimes captured on camera and all the rest of it. So, you know, we need to lose this very sort of easy explanation of it's all in the mind, which, don't get me wrong, I understand that the brain can play tricks, and it might explain some things, but there's so many cases, and especially the group cases, where it really doesn't. And that's why, again, this needs to be brought out into the open, and we can all then talk sensibly about it at last.
Well, I'll tell you, the Rendlesham... Go ahead, Lindsay. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we're talking sensibly here with Andy Strange, Andy Thomas, and his book, Strange. Andy Strange, I'm going to start calling you Andy Strange. Andy Thomas and his new book, Strange. And Andy, it's, you know, I had not had an experience until I did, and without going into the full long story, essentially, I came home, and when I approached my back door, I heard my speaker in my kitchen, which I normally use as a timer, it was playing like old-timey music. And Andy, I stepped in the door, and I just had this awareness that someone was there, and I don't mean an intruder. There was a presence. And like back to your point, that you just made about like being able to sort of be there and be in the moment and be like, okay, I'm going to go with this. Let's see what's happening. I ended up full on having a conversation with this speaker. It spoke to me in music, I will say, and I was like, okay, if someone is here, let me know. And then the music stopped, and then it came back on and did "We're Right Over Your Shoulder," like that old timey music. Wow. And then I said, okay, well, prove it to me if someone's here. And it played the song, "The Wheel of Fortune." Well, we watch Wheel of Fortune in our house every night. And then I ended up saying, is this my brother-in-law who had crossed over? And it played the song Old Cape Cod, where he's from. So there's so much more to that story, obviously. But in that moment, I was like, I'm going to play with this and see. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm reading into something, but either way, I'm going to try to stay present enough to feel out, you know, what's happening. But back to y'all's conversation earlier, from a credibility standpoint, you know, you've appeared on major networks and so many niche shows. How do you keep a balance between, I'll say, credibility and open-minded exploration, both in the people telling you stories, the people interviewing you, and then what you're bringing to the table? How do you sort of bridge that gap and stay mindful of credibility and open-minded exploration, if that makes sense?
Sure. I mean, I've had 34 years of doing this, and of course I've met a lot of opposition and been on television programs where they're there to make fun of you, basically. But I try not to really rise to that, and I think the secret is not to be sensationalist either in your responses to your opponents or be too sensationalist in the way you report something. You have to report it as it is. And I think the key thing for me is, because I know some people say, well, how do you know the things these people are telling you? How do you know it's true? You kind of know it is, you know, when somebody is just there trying to make something up for fun, you can feel it from them. You also know when you look somebody in the eyes and you stand next to them, when what they are recounting is a very profound experience that clearly happened to them, or as far as they're concerned it did, and then you have to make your own mind up from there. And I think that authenticity really comes through, and I wouldn't have included any story that I had any doubts about. And that's the thing. So you have to try to hold all this in balance. You must be prepared to believe people. Don't immediately dismiss them. Equally, we have to understand why there are cynics, why there will be skeptical views, and occasionally, yeah, I get that. There will be a skeptical explanation for certain things, but I've found that there's more than enough evidence out there where you realize they aren't good enough. And it's those other explanations that I'm fascinated with, and just trying to get a good balanced conversation. The world's problems today revolve around polarization. Let's all pull back from that and see what's in the middle, and then we'll get somewhere.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is the fact that, I mean, and you've never made a claim otherwise, is that you really want rigorous skepticism. Because one of the big things is that we need to know when something isn't the thing itself in order to discover what the thing itself is. That's such an important part of the process, that when people really do disprove it and show with convincing evidence that what was seen that day is in fact logically explainable, you don't race away from embracing that either. I mean, you're just not like, I mean, you believe everyone in regards to that they experienced it, but if someone does show up with an actual compelling rationale for what it was that happened that day, you're not going to run away from it. I did want to pivot to something here really quickly and ask you about the fact that we are now heading into a very different world where, with the rise of drones, with the rise of surveillance satellites, with the rise of new technologies, that there are things that people are going to see that actually are going to have ready-made explanations, but that those are you worried that those are also going to become very easy excuses to explain away genuine sightings of things that people may experience? Do you follow me there, Andy?
Yeah, I do. And I mean, that's happening already, of course. So, I mean, you've got physical things like drones and whatever, and they can explain certainly some UFO sightings. But equally, you can go the other way on that. I mean, you probably are aware that there was a big spate of big drone scares just last year. It's still going on in some places where it's never really been explained. You know, we're told now they were just normal drones. Well, you look at the footage, and that's clearly not the case. These things are big. They're doing things we do not see drones normally doing. So, you know, I think you can also just use the word drone when you really mean UFO in the true sense of that. So I think that's one issue you've got there. The other issue is, yeah, we live in a world of fakery now. Anything can be digitally faked, from voices, videos, photographs. So, you know, we are now already at the point where you need a lot of sort of backup evidence. But that's where I think, you know, we need to be prepared to kind of listen to a human heart, really. And to go back to what I just said, you know, to Lindsay a minute ago, you know when somebody is spinning you a lie. If you just tune in, it's pretty obvious, or it is to me now, 35 years on. And most people aren't. They're just telling you something that happened to them. And a lot of them don't even have an axe to grind. They don't really care what you think. They're just saying, well, hey, I thought this was really interesting. And it becomes clear that when you get enough repeated instances like that happening to loads of different people all over the world, and it's so similar over and over, that's when you go, okay, yeah, there's a case here. So put all the digital fakery away, all the AI images, doesn't matter. That there is enough here that is recorded that is, you know, clearly happening, that we can consider that alone. So yes, we're heading into a world of great confusion, but really we're already there. You can cut through that. And we need evidence, we need non-sensationalism, and yeah, we need a good balanced approach. And let's hope sooner or later the truth, at least to a large degree, will out.
Well, and on the I guess the positive side of that, on the flip side, you know, you kind of touched on it with drones, but you talk about the AI enhanced revelations that we're getting. So I'm curious, how is a few examples, because I you know, there's plenty of people who can combat the AI side of things, how it's negative, and it's certainly there, but it's also, you know, by the operator, how we're using it, what are you using it for? So how is tech helping us or helping you uncover new layers specifically of the paranormal, where you're working hand in hand with it, not to fake anything, but to find new ways to bring out and uncover these stories?
Well, indeed. And when you get to the last chapter of Strange, I suddenly do something that I think some readers won't have anticipated, where I suddenly say, okay, this is where we're at now. What's going to happen in the future? And what's going to happen when artificial intelligence turns out to be probably more capable of making calculations and observations than we are? And the reality is that whether we like that or not, that does seem to be where we're going. So there is a bad side to that. The bad side is none of us are going to have any jobs at the other end of it, of course. The good side is it's going to make, I think, a lot of fascinating discoveries. And when quantum computing really gets going, it's still in its infancy, really, but that will be a much faster form of artificial intelligence. it's going to start looking, I think, at the paranormal and all these things that maybe it's been told not to consider. I think in the end it will start to say, well, hang on, why haven't we been told to look at this? And I think when it starts to analyze the data that does exist and all the recorded instances, it might come up with a different opinion to the human skeptics that tend to control that knowledge today. And I know a lot of people are getting very excited about being able to process, everything from analyzing UFO footage, but also looking at all the different ghosts around the world, all the recurring features of them. We've not had the power to really process that data properly before, but soon we will, and it'll be done in seconds. And I have a feeling that that's going to show us a very different world to the world that some of the mainstream scientists want us to see, and they may be shocked. Because I think it's going to say, well, no, look, you didn't look at all this over here. What gets called the paranormal, of course, is just truly science that we haven't yet understood. But you have to be prepared to look at that in the first place to bring that to light. And hopefully we'll get to a point where, whatever the bad side of it, where AI will do that. It will look at it. And I discuss this in the book. And that opens up, I think, huge possibilities where the paranormal may be given a whole new credibility over the next few years that I don't think anybody expected. And I'm hoping so. Whichever way you look at it, the world is about to turn upside down in just about every direction you look. So we might as well celebrate the good things that could come with this as well.
By the way, Andy, you have said the first thing that I actually would get into an argument with you over. I actually don't believe that AI is going to put us all out of a job. I just think that there are jobs, and I really believe this, that there are jobs out there we have not discovered in the real world that we're going to have to start actually engaging in as well and doing. And part of that is going to be actual, what I call tangible investigators. The idea for all the analysis that can make, I think, in the real world becomes even more important as we begin to kind of go further online and further into the kind of technologies. I wanted to share this with you as well, Lindsay. You and I talked about the book for a while, but it is plain for those with eyes to see that not all is as it seems when defining the quote-unquote real world. Time is leaky and malleable. Beings come and go between dimensions. Consciousness imprints on the material world and can roam free of the flesh, while physics-bending objects fly all around us. That is a section from Strange, Andy Thomas's new book. I would tell everybody, by the way, before we're going to give Andy and Lindsay the last word here, but I would tell everybody to head over to Andy's website at truthagenda.org and find out what he is all about. Lindsay, would you care to get the last question in here?
I would care. Well, let's start with let's end here, Andy, because beyond Strange, what areas are next on your research radar? And are there corners of the paranormal that you still feel are overlooked? And then with that, what's the dream research project that you have yet to tap? What is the uncharted territory for you, and what's next?
I mean, I'm still very much, trying to get this out there, of course. The book's just come out. There's a long way to go with that, and I will continue to give lectures and meet people and, like you say, in a way, explore all the different avenues. And every avenue, every little door that opens, it is immediately fascinating to me. And I want to know why that's happening or why somebody believes it's happening to them. And that, I think, that offers huge possibilities. But equally, one of the projects that I'm working on with another guy called Barry Reynolds is to put together, and this is going to seem a bit odd, a proper archive of crop circles. We all know they've been laughed at, and we've all been told they're man-made and blah, blah, blah. Well, some are, yes. Again, that does not explain everything. But there's a lot of data that's never been put online, and we're currently wading through masses of information that's never been made available, even crop formations, as we would call them, that have never even gone public, that never got reported. We want to make that available because it does show you, again, there's another example of the paranormal that has been dismissed, but actually you've got an awful lot of evidence that needs now to be made available. And just to go back to AI, of course, that again is actually proving quite useful in processing that data because there is so much of it. And listen, Jimmy, I really hope you're right. I really, truly do. And that we'll all be fine at the other end of this. Let's apply AI in the areas that I think it could be most useful. We don't need AI driving our lorries and doing all the everyday things, right? Even though that's the way it could go if we're not careful. But yeah, I totally agree. We need to apply it where it can be really useful. I'm certainly excited about the possibilities for that. But yeah, so it's ongoing, really. There's lots of doorways to the paranormal. Each one I open, there's more fascinating things to see. My job, as I see it, is to get it out there and get the conversations going. And in the end, all you can do is leave people to make their own minds up, because that's what they're going to do anyway. But you can at least say, there is a good case here. You might want to look at that. And that's what I try to do.
Well, I think as long as we stay focused on the live aspect of things, the human connection point of things, like talking to people like Andy Thomas in the flesh. I assume you're in the flesh. I can't see you, so you might be a ghost, Andy. I'm not sure. But Andy, what's it like being your friend? Are people constantly like, Andy, is this a ghost? Is this a ghost? Did I see something? Does that get annoying to you at dinner parties?
The people that know me well, they've all got used to it, of course, and I generally know all their stories by now. But no, if somebody hears that that's what I do and they have something to share, that's the whole basis of the Strange book. It's about all these cases that have come my way, and I've managed to explore and sit down with them and talk to them, and no, great, bring it on, the more the merrier.
Bring it on. The more the merrier. The more the merrier. Go to truthagenda.org. Andy Thomas, a.k.a. Andy Strange, thanks so much for taking time with us all the way from across the pond. We can listen to you talk. We believe your stories forever, and we gladly thank you and hope that you'll come back.
Thank you. It'll be a pleasure. Thank you so much.
We're going to be back on the other side of this. Another great conversation coming up in just a little bit with our good friend Scott Shea. One of my favorite stories of all time, and he figured out another angle on it, Lindsay. Scott actually figured out something really cool to write about that's also taking the form of clickbait, but is so much more in-depth than that. Scott Shea talking about the Summer of Love and the winners and losers at the Monterey Pop Festival.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
This is Road Gang Radio, and you're rolling with Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios in good old New Orleans.
Thank you so much, Dre. And speaking of our friends at Fastport, they solve America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. They're going to be throwing the party with us on July 23rd. I'm not telling you we have a party because you're not invited. I'm telling all of you we have a party because you are invited. We're going to have celebrity presidential chef Marty Manganiello. Manganiello is going to be joining us. He's a great groovy dude, by the way. Really great to have around. And he'll be talking, I hope he's going to make those buckwheat pancakes and cinnamon apples that President Grant used to have for breakfast. He talked about doing that. We are going to have gumbo, andouille sausage gumbo, and potato salad at that event. One of New Orleans' hottest happening and hippest. I'll call them a musical happening. The Coven is going to come here with their collection of covers by the Coven. They're also going to leave space for people like Dave Nemo to play his bongos and drums, Lindsay Lawler to lend her voice, people like Andy Polikoff to maybe play their guitar. Maybe Matt Beach will play his cigar box guitar as well. We have one hanging here in the Fastport Studios. It's going to be a great night. If you want to attend, all we ask is that you write us at weekends at RadioNemo.com and just let us know you're coming. Bring a good attitude and some friendship, and we will welcome you. There is no charge. It is a ribbon-cutting ceremony over here at the Fastport Studios. Big thank to Lindsay for dropping in for a little bit. She's vacationing on the Cape. It is difficult, by the way, to simply stay on a phone and do the show. She'll be showing up about 25 minutes from now to do her country and western music news. I want you all, by the way, to go to scottsheaauthor.com. And you can also go to strangebrew.co.uk, by the way. Scott is a absolutely groovy writer, is the best way to describe him. We've had terrific conversations with Dave about Wolfman Jack. We've had great conversations about the Mamas and the Papas. His book, I think, in many ways is definitive. An absolute pleasure to have Scott again. He's becoming a regular, reoccurring institution over here. I also think that book on the Mamas and the Papas, by the way, is maybe the best version of one of my favorite rock and roll stories, the whole kind of incarnation of what it was that the Monterey Pop Festival became and the impact that it had moving forward. The name of that book, by the way, that you can find that in is All the Leaves Are Brown, How the Mamas and the Papas Came Together and Broke Apart. So that pop festival is covered pretty darn well in there. So when I saw that Scott had written a piece about it, I said, well, what's he going to kind of get into here? Remember, that book is about John Phillips, as kind of, him and Lou Adler and Derek Taylor and a bunch of other people kind of cooking that thing up. This new article, by the way, disguised as clickbait, it's got the best 5, top 3, 5, 6, and all that kind of stuff, is actually a beautiful in-depth analysis of the 5 biggest winners and the 5 biggest losers at the Monterey Pop Festival. I've now previewed it without giving you the details of it, and now I get to say good morning to you, Scott. How you been?
Hey, how you doing, Jimmy Mac? Thanks for having me back on, man.
Oh, you got it, brother. And by the way, this is one of my... I have to be very careful here because I love this story. I'm a big, big fan of the moment before something happens. And the events leading up to Monterey Pop are the moment before something happens. And that something is the Summer of Love. And as you look back on it, and you've come to the same conclusion that I did, you just wrote about it, is that it is one of the greatest marketing campaigns ever conceived in music or U.S. history. It is ingenious, and it actually ends up creating a winner that doesn't even appear at the festival. Where did you begin with this idea?
Well, we were just coming up on the anniversary of it, when I started to write it, and was looking for something to write about, and I thought, well, I know a little bit about the Monterey Pop Festival. I wrote about it, like you said, for the book, and just talked about its impetus. It started really with 2 guys named Ben Shapiro and Alan Parasier. They had organized a rally to get legal funds for teenagers who had been arrested for the Sunset Strip riots in 1966, and they did a concert, had Peter, Paul, and Mary, The Doors, and a couple other. I think Buffalo Springfield had been there, and they wanted to do it on a grand scale, and booked some dates in Monterey in the summer of '67, and they wanted the Beatles and the Stones to headline it, but they were kind of out of the touring business at that point. And Derek Taylor, whom you mentioned, who was the former publicist for the Beatles and the Byrds, was in. He had emigrated to Los Angeles and said, "Hey, you got the Mamas and the Papas right here in town. They're the hottest group. Why don't you go see John Phillips?" And they did. And John kind of took it over, made it a 3-day nonprofit festival, and was able to get a pretty stout lineup of artists. Some that I don't even think he envisioned would go on to be as big as they became.
It's interesting too that one of the people who didn't benefit from this is that if John Phillips had realized his skill as an impresario was realized in that moment, he might have had a very different career, but he was still very much in depth with the Mamas and the Papas. They don't benefit from it. That's one of the great ironies, that the man at the center of it, his own band, ends up not getting the best of sort of its best foot forward at the event, do they?
Yeah, it was a group that had always kind of been in turmoil since they signed with Dunhill because of affairs. Denny had, really kind of a one-night stand with Michelle, and Denny and Cass was in love with Denny, but Denny wasn't in love with Cass, and it was just this whole crazy thing, and so they kind of took a break. And that's when the whole festival came to John, and John just went into full-on work mode, and just got so busy focusing on the festival and getting acts for it, and just managing every jot and tittle, and flying up to Monterey to talk to the city council and Mayor Minnie Coyle many times, just to keep everything on track, and just kind of forgot about his own band, even though he had arranged for them to be the closers. It's kind of a big thing in the festival to be the festival closer. And, Cass had gone to the East Coast to have her baby, and then he went to the Virgin Islands to kind of get away from it all. And, he was, John's focus was not on the group, and they only rehearsed when Denny showed up very, very late into the third day of the festival to rehearse, to perform, and rehearsed about an hour or two before they were set to go on stage, and that was it. They didn't even have time to, they had two big hits on the charts in early to mid '67. They had Dedicated to the One I Love and Creaky Alley, and because they hadn't been together, they hadn't been able to work up an onstage arrangement. So. They as everybody else was, putting on, playing new pieces of music and trying to get away from the old hits. Mamas and the Papas set was kind of a greatest hits package amongst a lot of technical difficulties because of Jimi Hendrix just absolutely erupting and blowing up the onstage monitors by smashing his guitar and taking out a microphone. So that didn't help either. So it was just a very imbalanced set for them, unfortunately.
I have two questions that I think really, one is about you and your overall writing projects. The other one is about this piece itself that I think it's just so kind of cool to kind of dig into. So you kind of pivot into this, and by the way, you kind of frame the Mamas and the Papas as maybe the biggest loser of the entire festival. Can you take us through a little bit about how it is you conceived of? Because what you've done here is the impossible, because this is a format that is often used as clickbait to infuriate, top 5, top 10, top piss you off. This is not that. You're using a format, and then each paragraph becomes kind of a mini pocket symphony. See what I did there? Of an explanation of why the band or the act kind of plays out. Why did you decide to kind of jump into that format?
Because it's so popular. People, as much as we don't like those clickbait things, I'm guilty of clicking on them too, and checking out and getting into internal agreements or disagreements with them, I kind of approached it. I want to do the opposite of what everybody else is doing. It's like everybody else is doing these clickbait articles where there's 3 sentences, to try to sum up something. I wanted to delve a little bit deeper and have do a little bit of my writing style. And, I love history and I love telling stories. So I used it as an opportunity to just try to draw people in, because I think reading longer form stuff is better for you. It's better for your brain.
It is.
And it gives you the entire picture. I don't like sound bites, and I mean I do, but I also like to I enjoy a good long form article more than anything, and I just tried to recreate that.
It's interesting because, like I said, I like a good sound bite if it's helping me make a decision about what long form I want to engage in. That's how I feel about a sound bite. That's about the extent of my love of sound bites. And by the way, Scott, I mean that. I'm not just blowing smoke because you're here on the show. I'm obsessed with the Monterey Pop Festival because I'm obsessed with the idea of the liminal space of becoming, the idea that the summer of love really kind of comes to life in this moment, the idea that rock and roll along with an album, one of the biggest winners out of this festival, who was nowhere near to be seen despite rumors of them lurking around. But the idea of becoming and being someplace at the outset, which is of a double obsession. I've always kind of liked that stuff, but also we're over here in the city of New Orleans getting our own new platform going with some really loyal listeners and some really loyal followers who are kind of with us. And I was kind of curious, in your research, at any point, and you made a point of saying that Lou Adler is one of the big winners here, I don't think Phillips, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is aware of what exactly it is he is bringing to life. He thinks this is all going to crescendo with the Mamas and the Papas walking out as big stars. But Adler, on the other hand, and to a large degree Taylor, who had some very definitive ideas, really understand that the event itself is kind of a watershed. Do you think that any of these people were fully aware of what it was they were creating while they were creating it?
I don't think it's possible to really be aware of it. I think they were, looking for. They had a goal in mind of putting on a really great show and it being completely legitimate. Not not like a Dick Clark's Caravan of Stars, which I have nothing against the Dick Clark Caravan of Stars. I see those lineups from the early to mid '60s. I would have loved to go to those shows, but that was kind of a negative connotation for them. They didn't want to have. Just a couple artists come out, sing one or two songs, and then be on their way, and the thing's over in a half hour or an hour. They wanted to, like we said, they wanted it to be long form. And John had wanted to do this. John Phillips had wanted to do this with folk music. He was always trying to spread the word about. He kind of became a folk aficionado, for a guy who really didn't even know folk music growing up. He went into it full force when he was with the Journeymen, and wanted to spread the good news of folk music, with festivals and TV shows and movies and things like that. And then when he got involved in the rock and roll scene, at first begrudgingly, because he was not a fan. He was kind of a folk snob. He looked down on rock and roll. But then he kind of saw the light and saw how sophisticated it was getting, and how he could be a champion of that. And that's how the Monterey Pop Festival came along. He kind of, really this kind of germinated in his mind when he and the band took a short trip over to England in '66, and they got to meet the Stones and the Beatles and just exchange ideas and play records and things like that. And it was just something that, his mind just craved and enjoyed. And he wanted to bring that to the people. And I think he played it cool when these two guys approached him about this. But I think he was the way he jumped on so quickly just showed that this was something I think he had been waiting for.
And like I said, I want to go back to the idea of not just the event itself, but what surrounds the event. You named the Beatles as one of the big winners. Of course, Sgt. Pepper's, as people have often said, you walk across the college campus, and as you walk by the open windows, you could hear different songs from that album playing out of every single window. And at the same time, you got Scott McKenzie singing a song that's written by a couple of these characters called San Francisco. You make San Francisco one of the big winners here, one of the great unintentional record preview commercials for the Monterey Pop Festival ever created. And it's like this convergence of both planning and happy accidents that leads to what is kind of known as the Summer of Love. And so much of it is replication too. This is what I wanted to ask you about. Sorry, I'm getting to my question. Is the fact that this is a result of, okay, so how do we replicate the idea of creating a song that creates a kind of national, just like Chubby Checker's The Twist? San Francisco has the same sort of impact that those kind of albums had, just for a different culture. Then you have this festival that's modeled off the folk festival, which had shown great success. Then you have someone using a festival to then make sure that their band, which is not present at the festival, becomes massive beneficiaries of that. And I'm wondering if the beginning of modern music promotion really begins with the Monterey Pop Festival in regards to rock and roll.
Yeah, I think so, because there's so many important people who were in attendance. I mean, Clive Davis was there. Jan Wenner was one of the reporters who had, was there from the beginning. The guy went on to, create Rolling Stone. And one of his first pieces in his first edition of Rolling Stone was like an investigatory piece on the Monterey Pop Festival and where did the money go. They just kind of try to expose corruption and all that, which that just didn't take. That didn't come out the way he wanted. But there were so many people I think that the Summer of Love would have happened with or without the Monterey Pop Festival, but this just amplified it, and I think it just brought a lot of like-minded people together. I think rock and roll was headed this way as it matured, as the audience, as the people who provided it, got a little bit older. It's one of the few times in history where pop music aged with its audience, and its audience was young. You got to keep in mind all these performers were just kids and record buying kids when Bill Haley and Chuck Berry and Elvis Presley, really kind of kickstarted the thing in the mid '50s, and they grew with it, and they turned away for a little while with the folk boom, but they came back with the Beatles, and this was just a logical progression. And if it didn't happen here, it probably would have happened somewhere. But this is the ground zero for that, and it just came off so well. I guess they realized it just couldn't be duplicated, and there were just too many people looking for too much money to keep the Monterey Pop Festival going. But we saw it continue with Woodstock, and into the early '70s with which kind of became like a rock festival season every summer.
Yeah, and this is important too. They filmed it. This is one of the most important things about it, too, in regards to its overall impact on history. Not in the moment, but they filmed it. And in filming it, somebody missed out on the action the first time around because of some very bad, greedy management and got a second bite at the apple. But it actually sets up one of your biggest winners and one of your biggest losers, because the band that got a second bite at the apple basically was a loser, while the lady who stood in front of the microphone for that band ended up being one of the biggest winners. Unpack that for our listeners.
Well, that would be Big Brother and the Holding Company and their singer Janis Joplin. Yeah, they, it was just they were managed by a guy who was kind of a denizen of of San Francisco of the 1950s when the beatniks came through. His name was Jules Carpin. And, San Francisco just really modeled itself on being uncommercial. In fact, you mentioned how it was filmed, for distribution. They were initially against that, and that was a big point of contention between, the Grateful Dead and the Jefferson Airplane and a few others, because, being from San Francisco, we were all about being non-commercial and making music for no money, which was just not sustainable. So Jules Carpin really put this into action when it became Big Brother's turn to perform. They were the first San Francisco group. They played on day 2, and he ordered the D.A. Pennebaker, who was the documentarian, the producer for the film rights, to point his cameras down, and he did. And Janis and Big Brother just proceeded to bring the house down. So they realized
it's a crime scene. I mean, from what we know, happened that day on that stage. The second one is pretty darn good too. But the description of literally, there were very famous people who actually missed it, who actually end up showing up the next day when they're told they're coming back, and there is no other way to. Because what happens on the film is literally they murder the audience. I mean, they just bring the house down. Sorry.
Yeah.
I want to encourage people to watch that. So.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. I mean, you see Mama Cash is absolutely. Who was a pretty good singer in her own right, just bowled over by Janis Joplin. And, I think the decision, I think Janis was kind of at loggerheads with Jules Carpin and some of her bandmates. And I think this decision, two things. It ultimately made her realize just how she didn't really need the Big Brother and the Holding Company, who've always kind of been bashed as not being a tight unit on stage or in the studio, which, I don't think that really matters too much when you're singing that kind of music. But but I think she, that was the kind of the turning point for her, where she realized
They
I
made
can
her
do
feel
this on my
small.
own.
They knew she was big, so they made her feel small. I mean, maybe I got that wrong, but part of my understanding was it's the old thing when we got a massive talent inside of a band, one of the strategies more resentful band members will do is make the person who actually is the real attraction feel as small as possible, thinking that'll keep them in their place. And at some point they wake up, and sometimes it happens with Mama Cass in the audience, right?
Yeah, and Albert Grossman, who was Dylan's manager, who was just floored by her and wanted, and took her on as a client, and he made up for any bashfulness she may have had in terms of confronting people like that. So, and so a year later, she's on her way, and she becomes, a household name, and then of course, unfortunately. 3 years after the festival, she's gone forever. She and Jimi Hendrix, who was also another big winner,
and Otis Redding, who brought the house down too. He's gone too.
Yeah, and I think that's also another thing that makes the Monterey Pop Festival so special is you have these three icons who are just gone in the blink of an eye. We have them all here preserved on film in this spectacular setting.
Yeah, and I really would encourage people to watch that movie really in depth because it's skillfully made. He's an incredibly great documentary filmmaker. People forget he's also the man who made the John F. Kennedy documentary Primary, which is one of the best looks at like a behind the scenes of a campaign that is desperately trying to dredge up votes in Protestant country for a Catholic Bostonian candidate. This is equally behind the scenes. It's also a great reminder, too, that every single flower power concert doesn't always mean that people are whiling around in the mud dressed down to their knickers. It really is. There's a lot of fancy pantsness that goes on at that concert as well, too. It was kind of a coming out party for rock and roll as well. It almost feels like a ball of sorts, like an alternative ball in the way people kind of dress.
You see people in the audience in ties, and people kind of dressed like older women dressed like my grandmother, So it's quite interesting. And I believe D.A. Pennebaker also directed the Dylan documentary "Don't Look Back," which came out in '66.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
he did. Yeah, basically, without him, we don't have any sort of access to a lot of the reality of what happened back there. As you guys have probably noticed, I'm not giving away all the names on this list because I want you to read the piece. But the one question I wanted to ask you, and I'm curious as if it was because of his association with the Beatles. One person you didn't list, unless maybe I just completely missed it, is Ravi Shankar, who I always have felt kind of is one of the people who really kind of has an amazing coming out party in regards to his exposure to the world. But do you think it's also kind of Harrison's connection to him that he becomes kind of a subsidiary beneficiary of all this?
Yeah, you're right. He definitely was, and he had his own time slot, like right there Sunday morning, I think. And they took he played.
The only one paid.
Yeah, right. The only one paid, and he played those ragas for hours, and it was a very captive audience. And when it's all done, you can see a clip of Mickey Dolenz just standing up and giving a rousing applause. And it was, I think it wasn't not just the connection with George Harrison, but the Moody Blues were just getting hot, and they were all into the Eastern sounds of the tabla and the sitar and everything, and it was coming into foray. I mean, you even heard it in pop songs like "The Letter" by the Box Tops and stuff like that. Just kind of played straight, It's not played the way it would probably. Ravi Shankar probably quivered when he heard the way they played it in that, but it became prominent. You hear it in Stevie Wonder songs and things like that, and in the late '60s, and it's everywhere, and it really started with Ravi Shankar, and George Harrison was the one who brought him to the forefront of the pop scene, anyway.
Yeah, and of course the thing is the Beach Boys, who had a beautiful celebration, by the way, on CBS just recently. The Beach Boys, of course, are somebody who actually the big wave break actually misses them. Something that Brian Wilson was so attuned to, he finds himself unable to be there, right?
Yeah, they had been on since the beginning, since the planning stages. And keep in mind, this was like a 6-week planning. They did this thing in such a fast turnaround. It's mind-boggling. But I think April they started doing it, and it debuted on June 16th or June 17th. So Brian Wilson was on their board of governors, and they were slated to be the openers of day 2, and it just didn't work out. Mike Love and he were kind of they were kind of feuding at that point over the direction of the band. With the Smile album that was supposed to follow up Pet Sounds, but ultimately got shelved, and Mike still wanted to tour in the striped suits and the white pants, and Brian's like, he saw the writing on the wall, and that just wasn't going to pass. So, Brian ultimately bowed out of them performing, and it doesn't seem like there was much pushback from the other guys. I think they were kind of relieved to not have to be there because it wasn't their crowd, it wasn't their audience. But who knows? Had they gone there? But they were kind of tied. They're kind of like Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. They were kind of a group that was around just a little bit before the Beatles came, and then when the Beatles came, they elevated their game and just kept up, but ultimately just couldn't match it with Sgt. Pepper. And it kind of fell by the wayside.
That's a whole other conversation, because while there's some very gifted people who were in the Beach Boys, basically it was Brian Wilson versus 3 guys and a really good adaptive drummer. That's just not a fair fight to some degree, and that's a conversation worth having at another point in time. Scott, unbelievably, we're out of time. I'm going to have Claire reach out to you and see if we can get you back sooner rather than later, because I do want to talk about Sly Stone. I do want to have a more in-depth conversation about Brian Wilson. You're the best man, and I can't recommend that book, by the way, that we have also talked about here really quickly, guys, to kind of touch on it again. All the Leaves Are Brown, How the Mamas and the Papas Came Together and Broke Apart. I don't think I've ever read a section of a book recently as quickly as I read that Monterey Pop section. The rest of the book is pretty darn terrific, too. Please check it out, as well as this article. By the way, guys, you can find it on thestrangebrew.co.uk. Just look up the Monterey Pop Festival. It'll pop up there. Thank you, Scott. It's great to have you on again, man.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Scott Shea is a regular recurring dude over here talking about rock and roll, the history of rock and roll, the reconstruction. He, by the way, is a performance reconstructionist, which is a kind of really complicated thing that we won't have time to talk about in the next half hour, but it's a really groovy way of writing history. And Lindsay's got a really groovy section coming up next.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
I wanted to come in and talk for a second and introduce it and say hey to Lindsay and all that jazz, but maybe I just forgot that I needed the intro, and I'm just going to bring it down, and I'm going to speak while I'm doing this.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What? Woo! Welcome to the Ho-Down.
Certainly is.
Because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen
Here she
herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Yeah, that's my sister.
That's what I'm talking about. There she is.
I heard she smells good.
Real good.
Not this morning. She doesn't smell very good this morning. Well, welcome back, boys, to your country and western music news because, boys, I'm going to keep saying boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Well, both kinds.
On this show we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay, well, unfortunately, this country and western music news is going to kick off with sadness. There is so much grief going on. I'd be remiss if we didn't tap into it because so many country stars, music stars, people in general are affected, of course, by what's happening in Texas. And Texas country star Pat Green, who's one of my all-time favorites, his song Wave on Wave is one of my favorite to perform. And people like Pat Green, Jack Ingram, Jerry Jeff Walker, those are the kind of people that played my high school and college dances, which was such a cool thing, such nostalgia for me. But Jimmy, Pat Green shared that he and his family, he shared on his socials that they've suffered a heartbreaking and deeply personal loss. And he didn't really say what. He just said, just please keep us in our hearts. But then his wife, Corey Green, did take to social media and say the same statement followed by some additional comments saying that Pat Green's brother, John, and his family are among those who are unaccounted. So Pat's little brother, John, his wife, Julia, and two of their children were swept away in the Kerrville flood, she wrote, and said that they're broken and anxiously awaiting for them to be found. Thank you for your prayers. Jim, of course, we know, unfortunately, I mean, I'm not going to say it's not feasible for somebody to be found, but at this point, going on, how many days? Let's see. I think the flooding started on the 4th of July.
Yeah. I mean, that's it was really kicked in. Yeah. Bad.
So, sorry.
It's okay. I mean, I understand. It's hard to talk about this. I get it. I got it. Yeah. It's very difficult to kind of speak about this.
Well, and you know, since I have a dear friend as well someone that I grew up with who was a sorority sister of mine, and, you know, we get the news. I knew this was going to start trickling in. She lost her little daughter who you've read about. She's 8 years old. Her name is Eloise. She lost her. She was swept away along with her best friend. And I know, being from Texas, so many people, I know this camp very well, too. It's a century-old camp, all-girls camp there in Kerrville, Texas. And, you know, you can't be from anywhere near an area and know that you're not going to start seeing the floodgates open. Sorry, bad pun there, but of people that we know and that were affected. So it's terrible. But the good news is, once again, in these kind of times, in these times of tragedy, et cetera, people start reaching out. People come together. This is what community is about. And so many of those people, including Miranda Lambert, so she's a Texas native. She's a longtime animal welfare advocate, and she has a new fundraiser via her Mutt Nation Foundation that will aid animals displaced by the tragedy. So we'll start with animals. But she posted on Instagram that she and her nonprofit are working on supporting the pet community affected by the unprecedented rainfall. Mutt Nation, it's working closely with the Kerrville Pets Alive, an organization there as we speak we'll have more info as I get it and put it out. But she also shared ways to help the animals impacted by the floods on her story, such as you can foster, volunteer, you can transport supplies, and do remote data entry even. That's something you can do from home. You can drop off supplies at shelters, report missing and found pets, and, of course, donating. That's one thing, Jim. Let's dive into this because maybe if you're around the area and you found a pet, some people would just take that pet on. But there's people out there looking for their pets. So this is where social media is positive, obviously looking for family members as well. This is where social media can be used for good. It can also be used for negative when people get salacious and start trying to share, but we can use it for good to say, I found this, I've got this, I'm here, where do you need me, that kind of thing, right?
I have a really quick story to share. I know you got a lot of content to cover, but this really does relate directly. So I got into the city of New Orleans about 2.5, 3 days after the unfolding horror that happened when the 17th Street Canal broke. I was with my brother and another air marshal down there, and we decided that the first place we would go after we rescued one of the air marshal's parents from the convention center and brought them to a place where they could get out of the city, we went over to the Marigny, which is where I lived. My house did not get water. My mom and dad's and everybody over there in Lakeview did. We actually went into my house, and when we got in there, the door had been kicked open. And I thought, oh, no, here we go. And, of course, all of us are unholstered now, and we get in there, and it's a friend of mine, and she worked for an animal rescue crowd who had broken in because the person I was dating at the time, the person I was with, had gone online just in case we couldn't get over there to say that there was a rescue need, and she loved her cat so much. We thought we'd only be gone for a day. Remember that, Lindsay? We thought we were only gone for a day, so we left Mel the cat there. And it's
Mel the cat.
And literally, so my brother and I go back to grab Mel, and there, of course, is Angie. And Angie looks like an action movie star, which she never dressed like, but somebody said that there were pets in trouble, and so Angie got a series of addresses, and she kicked in the door. And I don't blame her. I wasn't angry. I told her point blank, she's like, I'm so sorry. I kicked in your door. I said, you were doing it for Mel. It's like
you saved Mel.
You saved Mel. And there are people out there, to go back to Lindsay's point, who actually take care of that kind of stuff, who are looking to reunite the pets with their owners. That's a really important thing, guys. That's a really important thing. And we got Mel back to the person that I was with at the time, Michelle, and it just really lifted their spirits during that time period. Really big time. So, yeah, it's important to get involved because there are people out there who care. By the way, don't walk in with the guns in the air, by the way, guys. You can actually keep them by your side and not scare the living hell out of an animal rescue specialist.
We know it's Texas.
Yeah.
We know it's Texas, but let's not go in with literal guns ablazing. But this, I mean, you're right. Even the pets, to some people that might seem like small things, but to some other people that might be all they have left. And that's the moment where you realize things might be okay. I've got me and my dog, or me and my cat Mel, and things are going to be okay. There's a lot of people that are not okay, and I will just say before I move on from this, it was so weird, Jim. Yesterday morning, sitting here, and when I found out the night before about the personal friend that I knew well, so then it hits you in a different way. Not that it isn't devastating anyway, but it changes how we live. Where I'm sitting here with my family and my daughter, and in this beautiful space, and in the meantime, there's families whose lives are completely stopped, who are devastated, who will never be the same. There's even no room to argue that losing a child is the worst thing one could ever endure. And I just, I don't know. Where I sat with it for a long time, Jim, and just sort of stared blankly into the woods yesterday morning, and I listened to music. I sometimes need to make myself cry in order to emote. But I think if we have to learn anything from it, because, people are saying, oh, I could never send my child off to camp now, knowing that. And I guess the takeaway is, I hate to sound Pollyanna or glass half full, and that's not my point, but my point is we can't live in fear. We have to go on. People like little Eloise, who we lost, and all these other.
Oh, my God, that picture, Lindsay. That picture you sent me. I literally put the phone down and walked outside, and my dad said, what? I said, go look at that picture that Lindsay sent me. And my dad said, should I? I said, well, if you want to know what I'm feeling right now, and I explained to him what he looked at, I walked back in, and he was just staring at the blank TV set. And he said, oh, my God, oh, my God, I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. Yeah. Unbelievable. It's the same age as Gustavo. It's the same age as Gustavo. Yeah. Just a little bit older than Freya. Unbelievable.
Yeah, little Eloise, she was had just finished first grade, was going into second grade, and my friend Missy Peck, I'm thinking about her, but everybody, but we have to go on. What's the other option? Because they have a little boy as well. They've got to still show up for him and everybody else affected, and we will all do what we can. We will all come together. Back to Miranda's, her organization has raised already close to $15,000. They're trying to raise more. Robert O'Keen, Jim, is also stepping up and saying that he's working on putting together a benefit show to raise funds for flood relief efforts there. Robert O'Keen is from Kerrville, Texas, one of the biggest areas affected, and he has a very special connection to Camp Mystic, Jim, because both of his daughters went to camp there. So he said he'll be working to support the community, putting together a benefit. I will make sure that we come back with all details from that. Robert O'Keefe, actually, he retired from touring back in 2022, but he returned to the stage after releasing Western Chill, so good. So he will be working on that. There's droves of other people, I'm sure, that will be coming together. So anyway, I will just conclude and say, hug your people. Life has to go on. Don't live in fear, but take, don't take anything for granted, because experiences and our connections, it's really all we have, Jim.
Yeah, and this is going to be like a really weird left field comment. One of the things we're luckiest about with the pandemic we all went through together is, the universe in its infinite wisdom and mercy made sure somehow that children weren't touched by that. I just keep thinking about that. You're sending your kids off to camp, sending your kids off to school, sending your kids off anywhere. Being a parent today, as it's always been, is I cannot speak to it other than loving the young nephews and nieces and first cousins once removed in my life, is all the ones that call me uncle, who actually are related to me in a different way. But I can't even imagine. It's unfathomable, and it's good to see that the people who actually who actually can make a difference in regards to raising finances and raising resources for these people are beginning to step in and figure out what they can do next. Just important.
Well, yeah, keep on keeping on, because more rain is headed Texas's way, and so it's without going into it, we were having a conversation the other night about how I guess it was did they have any warning signal, and apparently the position had been eliminated that would have gotten the alert and sent out the message and out the warnings. That position had been eliminated, which is a whole other conversation. But there are a lot of steps. There are a lot that will certainly be under investigation around all of this. I'll just say that our prayers are with everybody and leave it at that.
Really, go ahead. Go on,
yep.
Please. No, go ahead. I'm just
going
to. We'll just leave it at that. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Yes, I agree. Let's pray. We should have some prayers. Go ahead.
Well, let's shift to Leonard Skinner, because I know our audience loves Leonard Skinner.
like Friedberg we had on this morning. That's what the lady said this morning during the Highway to Health. Her name was Friedberg. She said like Freebird, but just like Freeberg. I got it. Fantastic. Give me a little Skinner. Got it. Go on, please.
Well, just a little bit about the backstory of Skinner. I know we've got a lot of Skinner fans here, but before he passed away back in March of 2023, Gary Rosenthal, who was the last original member of Leonard Skinner, he told his bandmates that he wanted the legendary Southern rock to live on. So when I say original, I mean OG original. More on that in a second. But so he knew that his health was getting bad. So Johnny Van Zant, who is the current lead singer of the group, he said, he said that Gary Rossington, he told me that he said, I've spent my life carrying on the legacy of Leonard Skinner, and after I'm gone, I don't want to see this band go away. So that's when they brought in Damon Johnson, who was a guitarist, previously had been a member of Alice Cooper's band, Thin Lizzy. So Damon Johnson first started performing with Leonard Skinner back in 2021 when Gary Rossington, he was recovering from emergency heart surgery. So Van Zant says that he was sort of being prepped to take Gary Rossington's place before he stepped up to join the group on a regular basis. So Gary Rossington kind of mentored him. He would come to rehearsal, Van Zant said, etc. He said he wanted the music to go on. I don't think that myself, this is Van Zant talking, myself and Ricky Medlock would be here if Gary said, hey, after I'm gone, I want this to go away. So actually we're carrying out his wishes. And that's a big deal. That's, it's a difference when a band member dies unexpectedly, but when you know you're sick and you're leading up to it, and again, Gary, original member of Skinner before they actually even were Skinner, to be like, listen, I didn't work this hard, this 50-year, however long it is, to see it go away. Make sure it's carried on. And then he sort of got to handpick who would step into his role and even mentor him to, and I wonder, Jim, that take on like, be me, be as much of you can as me, but you also got to be you and put your spin on it as well, which is a strange line to walk, because we also, when we go see these bands and it's not the original members, we want it to resemble the Skinner that we know as much as possible, but also, you're not playing a part. You're yourself as well. But that's got to be an interesting conversation, Jim. Like, I know I'm going to die. You guys keep going, or you better stop now or else I'm going to haunt you from my grave.
It's interesting that you bring this up, by the way, because, Bill Watterson's birthday was last week, the creator of Calvin and Hobbes. And there have been some remarkable postings and some essays about that. I don't know if you know this, and even though it's amusing and ridiculous, Calvin pissing on stuff was never authorized by Bill Watterson's estate, was never authorized by the creator of Calvin and Hobbes. I don't know if you know this. You can't buy a plushie doll of anything from Calvin and Hobbes. There is no merchandising around it. And it led to a longer discussion. This is so interesting, too, that one of the claims that his widow made, Jerry Garcia literally worked himself to death because the payroll of the Grateful Dead was $800,000 a month in order to make the payroll for that. And there is something to be... It's a longer...
Well, $800,000 a month just on payroll.
Just on payroll. Now, the profits and the returns on it were extraordinary before Garcia died. Sure. But that's what Garcia was dealing with at the end. I mean, that extended dead family. I mean, Jerry was fine. I mean, he had enough money to last him for the rest of his life, which ended up being very short because he worked himself to death to make sure all those people continue to be taken care of. And there are, we're big admirers of Peanuts Worldwide LLC, their discipline and their defense of their brand. But Calvin and Hobbes is something entirely different. And people get caught in this thing, too, where it's like, at what point do you give up the old and let the people who created the thing go? Because, it's literally, Taylor Swift is a corporation. Leonard Skinner is a corporation now. It's unescapable. And there's a point where, I mean, are we working famous people to death to make sure that the company continues to some degree? And like I said, I'm going to share those articles with you and those thoughts. It is compelling. It's a bigger discussion. But you're right. At some point, you've got to make the thing your own. But at which point do you stop doing Tom Clancy novels and become the gray man? And there it is. I mean,
there it is.
How about that for a callback, huh? You like that?
Nice.
We're very smart
nice
around
callback.
here. Yeah, thank you.
Well, just a little backstory then, because I referenced the original member. So Gary Rossington, he joined Ronnie Van Zant and Alan Collins to form My Backyard. It was called My Backyard. They weren't in My Backyard. It was called My Backyard back in 1964, and that was the precursor to Leonard Skinner. Gary was among the survivors of the plane crash that killed much of the band back in 1977, and later leading to, their reinvented group in the 21st century. So that Johnny Van Zant, who took over for Brother Ronnie in 1987, is now the longest tenured member of the group. And Leonard Skinner's commitment to honoring Gary Rossington and his legacy. It's also the reason they put out their live album called Celebrating 50 Years, Live at the Ryman, which just came out. And that live record features special appearances from Jelly Roll, Marcus King, John Osborne from Brothers Osborne, and Shinedown's Brent Smith.
I didn't realize John Osborne had a double career. That's crazy, man. Truck driver and rock star, man. That's awesome.
He's a busy man. Busy man.
Go on, sorry.
They said it was never actually intended to be a live release. It was just a special done for PBS, Johnny Van Zant said. But the show turned out to be Gary Rossington's very last with the band. So after he passed, they said, we think the fans need to have this in their collection. And he thought that Gary Rossington would be very proud of the album. So you can get that album, and it's out now. Again, it's called Celebrating 50 Years, Live at the Ryman from Nashville, Music City. We're going to talk a few other things, but Jim, first of all, with Trucking with Oida coming up today here in just about 12 minutes. What are they going to be diving into today?
We're going to be exploring the latest spot market data with Brent Hutto of truckstop.com. He notes something new that we haven't seen in years, and it's a positive sign, maybe for owner-operators. They're going to have a new pitch for overtime pay for truckers, which, by the way, Mark Schwemmer's article we talked about earlier dealt with that. Some really great stuff in the YouTube chat over there about that as well. Ambitious plans for a coast-to-coast high-speed rail project. And Alex Leslie of the American Transportation Research Institute breaks down what a new report on operational costs tells us about the challenges facing the industry, which, by the way, is not what Alex Leslie talked about when he was on with us last week. So we're excited to hear what else Alex has up his sleeve. That's all Trucking with Oida coming up next. Go on.
Go on. Trucking with Iota. Iota? Yeah. One Iota, one Oida.
Iota. What is it? OIDA doesn't give an iota. Go on.
But I give 1,000 OIDAs. Okay. I just want to touch on this, briefly, because this is something you can certainly tap into, Jim. But it also leads into my show, We Should Write, which launches July 23rd. But Chet Hanks, who is Tom Hanks' son, and Drew Arthur, they're two musicians. They're in a band together. Their band is called Something Out West. And they've been talking about how their sobriety influences their music. So they have a new EP called Leaving Hollywood, and they've been very open about this.
As we all should.
As we all should, and here's why, which I'm going to dive into. But we talked a couple months ago about their new video, or a newer video, which actually is a spoof on Forrest Gump, and Tom Hanks is in the video as well. They have the famous feather scene, and they're sitting on the bench together, and that are sort of interesting. But they said, Chet Hanks says, I have a lot of other friends too that are sober. Both he and I in the band were both sober, and this touches a lot of people, and it's way bigger than us. And he said, nothing that I'm doing right now today would be possible without sobriety. He said, we're very open about it because we just don't know who it might help. This is one of the things that I'm definitely going to be talking to people with on We Should Write, the show that's launching. It's about the healing power of writing. Now, when I say that, I don't want you to think this is all self-help and heavy. It's actually not. It's going to be equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. It's going to be sarcasm and soul.
It's about music.
We're really encouraging. It's about music. It's about writing. It's about how art is created, and a lot of that is through getting our what out. So, Jim, to you, but the idea of sharing your sobriety, but also with these guys, what's interesting, it does change your music. You become more clear. You can actually start writing and talking about the things you've experienced because you remember them because you're not drunk.
Well, I'll say two things. First of all, Joe J is really looking forward to We Should Write. That's on the chat. Actually wrote those exact words. Thank you, Joe J, and good morning to you, JB3237. Thank you for your love for the show. We really appreciate you.
Good
Kevin,
morning.
be careful. Our good friend Trucker Bosun, be careful as the storms move in on you, and thank you all for listening here. I'll tell you what Sobering Up did for me. It made me a little bit meaner, and I mean that as a positive thing. I was talking to Dre about that, difference between being mean and being cruel. It made me meaner, but here's what it also did. It made me feel less sorry for myself, and so I was able to write with more clarity, if that makes any sense. I get over, I don't feel sorry for myself for too long anymore. When I was a drunk, man, I felt sorry for myself all the time. When I was drunk, I felt sorry for myself. When I was sober, I felt sorry that I was drunk all the time.
Okay, when you say that when you were drunk you felt sorry for yourself, do you think that's because it's sort of a vicious cycle. We're sad, so we drink, then we get sad. Is it that kind of thing? And the drinking takes us to dark places. I find you in the bottom of my glass, and now I'm sad again, that kind of situation. Is that the vicious cycle that you were perpetually involved in?
Do you remember when I told you that my superpower is that I'm always sad?
Yeah, Irishman, and any good Irishman is.
But that's the absolute truth, is it would turn the sadness into depression. I thought that the drink would actually get rid of the sadness, and then I learned that rather than my sadness being a weight on my shoulders, it was a companion that kept me tempered and in love with life, and then if I made a friend of that sadness, I would actually be able to move forward. It's when I drank that the sadness would overwhelm me and smother me. How about that?
That's fair.
That's kind of the truth of the matter. I mean, that's the thing, that the sadness, I thought I was escaping the sadness because of the drink, when in fact what I should have been doing was dealing with the sadness head on and understanding that it was a gift that prevented me from getting depressed and gave me strength in the darkest of times and tempered me from getting too over the top in the best of times. And once I learned that, I was able to, as I say, head into broad, sunlit uplands, which I like.
Beautiful. Well, and I have a line at one of my songs, called Drink About You, that was on a previous record, and it's I drink to forget you, but when I drink drink to forget you, I stay out late, I say that I hate that I met you, I let you go, I'm better off alone, but if I tell the truth, I drink to forget you, but when I drink all I do is think about you. So again, it's the pure stupidity of I'm doing this to forget you. When I think about you, I touch myself. Different song. Sorry, different emotion. Different emotion. Different show. Pivot.
Put that blinker on. Find the exit ramp.
But it's that idea with alcohol. But I talk about this a lot, and this will be an ongoing topic, a through line on We Should Write, of how whether it's age, different seasons of life, through whether it's tragedy we go through or happiness we go through or marriage. Like my writing changed when I got married, obviously, because I wasn't going out hooking up or whatever I did.
You didn't do any of that. No, what are you talking about? You were a nun in a convent. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah, right.
All right, moving on.
I wasn't till I wasn't, till you get a taste of it. No, but it's any season we're in. All right.
Hey, once you leave
listening to this show,
but Marshall, by the way, Joe is. A lot of people are listening. Go on.
I know. But you know what I mean? I love talking to people about this. Always comes up with a lot of our musical guests, like, now that you're a mom, now that you're a dad, now what are you going to write about? It really just, it's not even about you can't write about those things anymore, but it really does force, I'll tell you what, becoming a mom and also moving out in the woods did for me. It was forced presence to stop.
Presence? Sorry.
Presence to avoid the noise and deal with some of my stuff and then hit them head on. And now I think I could, probably write about anything, and more so now play a character if I need to, be like, write those fiction songs, so to speak, because you have more clarity in order to dive in, and I can be whoever I want in a song, and I don't think I realized that in the beginning. So anyway, all that to be said, we're going to talk much more about that during We Should Write. Jim, I can't not mention this to close up country and western music news, because born on this day back in 1961 in Clinton, Oklahoma, was the late, the great, the good, and the great Toby Keith. He was a country music singer-songwriter, of course. He was a record producer. He was an actor. His debut, I Should Have Been a Cowboy, it topped the U.S. country charts. It was the most played country song in the 1990s. The most played country song in the 1990s.
What have you done with the 1990s? I'm sorry.
Right? That song received 3 million spins since then, and in June of 2022, Keith announced that he had been diagnosed with stomach cancer. He died in his sleep, peacefully, February 5th in 2024 at the age of 62. And last week when I got to play at the Country Music Hall of Fame, my friend Dave McAfee, D-Mac, he played drums with me for that show. He was Toby Keith's longtime drummer for almost 25 years. So he told some great Toby Keith stories on stage, and it was great to honor him. So happy birthday to you, Toby Keith. I hope you're riding with the Cowboys up there in heaven. That's your country and western music news here on Radio Nemo, Road Gang Radio. Coming up next, Trucking with Oida. Jimmy Mack, I love you.
I love you too, by the way. They're yakking on YouTube. They're friending on Facebook. They're leaving their heart on the iHeart. They're having the audacity to go to Odyssey. They've opened that Pandora's box. They're on a certain app. And, of course, RadioNemo.com, where you can find us by clicking on that 365 play button. This has been RGR. Join the resistance. Head over to weekends at RadioNemo.com. Phone Master Dre, take us out of here. You should consider doing this, Lindsay. You're pretty good at it.
Not bad. They don't say it to everybody. That's the name of the game around here.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The president's One Big Beautiful Bill is signed into law, but without one key component that leaves out truckers.
Plus, details on the devastating flood in central Texas, sobering cost of operations data, and more on this brand new installment of Trucking with OOIDA. Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. We'll be keeping you company for the next hour or so. Thank you for joining us. Here in just a moment, Ashley, we're going to get Brent Hutto of truckstop.com on the line to talk about his backstory and the market. And I actually spied some encouraging information in the latest report out of truckstop.com. So we'll talk to Brent about that and get the inside scoop. He's always a great person to talk to.
A ray of sunshine.
Great energy, great information. We'll look forward to that. And then a little bit later on today, we're going to get into the American Transportation Research Institute's latest report on the cost of operations with Alex Leslie. Not as much encouraging information in that report, unfortunately. No rays of sunshine. I mean, I guess you could find some rays of sunshine in anything. But again, worthwhile information nonetheless there. So we'll talk to Alex in just a little bit. Ashley, have a good weekend.
Had a great weekend. Lots of loud fireworks. A couple of hot dogs.
Did you?
How many hot dogs did you have?
I'm either ashamed or proud to say I don't think I had any hot dogs over the weekend. I went to a baseball game a couple weeks ago and I had a hot dog.
Okay. All right.
Maybe that carried me over.
I think I only had one this weekend.
Yeah. You didn't have 70?
I didn't have 70 and a half.
Yeah.
Like our friend Joey Chestnut did at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest.
We were talking about this earlier. 70.5 hot dog. Don't short them.
In 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes. And blew out the competition.
Like by like
46 or something was like the next closest one. 46 and a half, I think. Yeah. Not my idea of a good time.
No. I did watch an interview he did, and they asked him, like, what do you do after? Like, are you going out? Are you celebrating for the 4th?
I have some ideas.
And he's like, I'm in pretty rough shape afterwards. He's like, I got a lot of interviews to do, and he's like, I'm just like drunk on hot dogs. It was what he said. That's not a feeling I would want to experience.
Drunk on hot dogs is not a place I don't think I want to ever be, but hey, more power to you, I suppose, and he's made a name for himself. So congratulations there. Let's talk some news here, Ashley, before we get to Brent here in just a moment. Maybe we'll ask him about hot dogs and I don't know. Maybe we won't actually. But we did late last week have the president signing his One Big Beautiful Bill into law. And that was over the holiday weekend here. The headline here, and you've probably seen it out there, is that the tax cuts were extended. There's a bunch of other stuff in there as well. We won't get into the nitty-gritty of those, but there was a move that I think, for our purposes, for the interest of truck drivers out there, eliminates taxes on overtime pay for blue-collar workers. OIDA came out with a statement afterwards, said this was a good thing, obviously, but President Todd Spencer also pointed out in a statement that truck drivers will not benefit from that provision in the bill because they are still excluded from overtime protections thanks to the Fair Labor Standards Act, which is going on 90 years, I think, since it's been in effect. Changing that now falls to Congress, or will continue to fall to Congress, where there's a bipartisan bill. We've talked about this before in both chambers, called the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, or GOT Truckers Act, which would require that truckers get overtime pay when they work more than 40 hours in a week. Now that this bill is behind them, and I know they were very busy there in Washington, D.C., but hopefully maybe lawmakers can turn their attention to those bills and get some changes there, because as we've talked about before, doing that, guaranteeing overtime for truckers would really benefit everybody in the long run.
For sure. Devastating story out of Texas over the weekend. Last Friday on the 4th, Central Texas was hit with heavy rain, which caused significant flooding. The Texas governor has since declared a state of emergency for 26 counties in the Texas Hill County District. This flooding, of course, has shut down many roads. Texas DOT says there's 20 roads that are completely closed due to flooding. In other areas, crews are conducting debris management operations. As of yesterday, President Trump approved major disaster declaration for Texas. So if you're traveling through there, of course, be aware of the situation. The latest closures, you can visit drivetexas.org.
Yeah, just a horrible scene out there, watching the video come in on the news and hearing the stories of the people, obviously, that have lost lives, people that are missing. And, it's a horrible situation there. And our thoughts, obviously, go out to everybody there as well. Real quick, before we get to Brent here, wanted to look at New York City as well. The city council there, not always a lot of good news coming out of New York City when it comes to trucking.
No.
But we've got some good news here, I think, in that the council did pass a bill late last week that expands the city's truck parking pilot program that was introduced earlier this year. They are actually trying to do something about the truck parking nightmare. I don't think there's any better way to put it there in New York City. And what this pilot program will do is it will require the city's DOT to essentially create overnight truck parking areas in industrial business zones that would make life a lot easier for those folks that are having to do business there. So a step in the right direction for sure in New York City. So our hats off to them for doing something there. But obviously much more work to do. Just a pilot program for now, but we'll see how that works out over the coming months.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's get Brent Hutto on the line. He is the senior advisor with truckstop.com. Brent, how's it going?
Well, Ashley, it's going fantastic. I'm glad to be on with OOIDA on the radio. I mean, that's a fun thing. You guys it means so much to the industry about how you represent the smallest of the players in the marketplace, but your collective voice is fantastic. So excited to be a part of the program, excited to be a part of just continuing to help our industry thrive and to help owner-operators help our country be as strong as it possibly can be. So to me, I'm in a great spot.
Hey, Brent, Scott here. Can I ask you a quick question? Because you said you were incredible. I have never caught you in a bad mood.
Incredible?
Do you? Well, I mean, you're always in such a good mood.
You are always in a good mood.
You're in a great mood. Do you ever get in a bad mood?
Oh my gosh! Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you asking about that. It's a lot of people ask me this question. They say, "Do you wake up this way?" They go, "Do you really wake up this way?" And I do. I've always been this way. I'm the product of a very encouraging father and mother. I've got a great family, and obviously I have an incredible wife, and I have 5 wonderful children, and so I wake up each day. I just feel like that I've seen in life, and I'm a prime example of this, what can be accomplished by being encouraged over by being discouraged or concerned or anxious or, look, all those things are legit and they're real, and that is part of life for sure. But for me, I just look at it and I watch, I got 5 wonderful young kids, and they're not young anymore, but to watch what encouragement does in their life and watch what they accomplish, that's just been me my whole life, and that's the way my dad was with me, and I just feel like if you can give people encouragement, look, and that comes across the board with anybody, no matter whether they're a truck driver or whether they're the person you met at Walmart or whether it's somebody that you ran into at the airport, like I do all the time with people. That little bit of encouragement, it's amazing what it does for their hopefulness in their life. And I tell you what, Malcolm Gladwell in his book, I think it's not the Outliers book. It was the David and Goliath book. Talked about the power of encouragement in anyone's life, and it's amazing how that works. So great book to read on that. But I'm always this way. Yeah, man.
Yeah. That's great.
Yeah. Scott said you're always in a good mood, and you're usually always either at an airport, a hotel, a conference room.
Yeah.
You are always on the go.
Well, Ashley, thank you. People ask me about that too. They go, "You always travel." I mean, is this something? I mean, do you really like it, or do you is it something like you don't look forward to? It's just you just have to do it. And I go, well, here's for me. It's always, and look, I'm an adventurous person. I remember when I was on my honeymoon with my wife, sweet wife Teresa. We're sitting by the pool in St. Lucia, and she looks over at me and she goes, "You're not very adventurous." And I'm like, "Are you sure you knew who you married?" Because, I mean, I'm all about the adventure and going places. And she had some other comments about why I wasn't adventurous, which I've spent the last 30 years proving to her that I was
going to say, how do you respond to that? What are you doing?
Well, I think hers was more focused around, you won't even move away from your hometown of Birmingham, Alabama. I'm going, well, that's where my family is. What are you talking about? So she's just maybe just giving me a hard time. But no, to me, there's a couple reasons. First off, I love the adventure. I love going new places and seeing things because it gets me excited. But for my job and my whole life, I've been out. My job has been to really like be in the marketing and the promotion and the sales part of a business. And when your reward is given to you when you go and do things, then that's a positive place to be, because success for me has always been found in going out and going and doing. And plus, I'll tell you the other part of this, Ash and Scott, is that the greatest learning I have found and I think it holds true for anybody, is with your feet. In other words, you go places and you see and experience things. And to me, God made this great, incredible world for us to experience. And I've yet to lose any passion for going and doing it. But yeah, I'm in a lot of places. And by the way, that just kind of speaks to the situation. Trucking is a giant industry, and you can go somewhere every day and experience something new about trucking.
That's awesome. Now, I'm sure many truckers, have heard you over the years, crunching numbers, talking with the market. But I'm curious, you have such a passion for the industry. How did you get involved in trucking?
Oh my gosh! You know what? I love it when people ask me this question, because I started 1998. I went to work for Overdrive magazine. And ran Overdrive and Landline are good parts of the market and helping owner operators. And so I went to work for Overdrive, and people think, oh, well, did it start then? I go, nope. Started when I was about 12 years old, and it was. I'm the middle brother. I have an older brother that's 18 months older than me. I have a younger brother that's 16 months younger than me, and my dad owned a little small steel processing company, and we were his labor when his other labor wasn't available. So my dad would come in the room and go, hey, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on Saturday morning, we're going over to the office. We've got some product we've got to get onto a pallet, which has got to go onto a truck. It's picking up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm like, what? We got to go work. But my dad was always about honest work and getting things done. And so because it was a steel processing company, we used to cut cold rolled steel into smaller pieces and put them on pallets and, that sort of thing. And pretty kind of somewhat dangerous work, but you learn to have fun with it. And so, but the coolest thing to me wasn't what we were doing with the steel. It was being able to run the fork truck and scoop those pallets up and stick them onto a flatbed truck run by a great owner operator named Robert Warren out of Pontotoc, Mississippi, who I became like a little nephew to him, because I was in awe of him. He was the coolest truck driver I've ever met. And just that kind of got my passion, Ashley, for trucking, because I saw how genuine and how helpful and how dedicated and how loyal and how patriotic trucking was for our country. And so to me, I just was like, that's such a cool thing. And then in 98, when I got to come to work actually in the industry, then for me, it was just like lights on. There's another story, too, about a truck driver saving my life when I was not real smart. He kind of pulled me out of a car, and I was bleeding all over the place. That guy's name's Samuel Arrington. Still friends with him today.
Brent, we got to hear that story. Don't just gloss over that.
Oh, my gosh. Well, when I was an unwise young man,
as many young men are.
Driving a car. Yes, but I was driving a car at 3 o'clock in the morning. I by some other circumstances, the road went left on Highway 20 going towards Augusta, Georgia, and I went straight into the trees and into the woods. And I woke up and I'm like looking out the window, and the car won't start, and the window won't go down, the door won't open. I'm jammed down in this hole, and I'm like bleeding out of my nose, and there's blood all over my clothes, and I look up through the window, and there's this face looking in there, and he's knocking on the window, and I can hear him saying, "Are you okay?" And I get the door open just enough where I can kind of slide out. My car was actually in a ditch. I hit a tree, several trees, and got wedged into a ditch. And I smashed my face on the steering wheel, and I dislocated my shoulder, and I compressed my tailbone. And he was a truck driver named Samuel Arrington who saw my car, got me out of there, gave me a lot of good advice on how to deal with things over the next few hours when the authorities were going to come around. Yeah. And to this day, Ashley, Scott, I'm still friends with him. I still send him Christmas cards. I go and see him in Arden, North Carolina. He's now like 89 years old.
He's retired now.
Completely retired.
Yeah.
Yeah, completely retired, but still stayed friends with him because of, I saw the heart of the truck driver in Sam Arrington's eyes and his action. Wow. When just some guy that he saw that had a problem. He came and pulled me out, saved me, gave me great advice on how to deal with certain things that were going to happen. I won't go into details of that.
Yeah,
But and then just stayed friends with him. I mean, I called him 2 or 3 times a year. I even went to his home in Arden, North Carolina, and spent some time with him. And that to me is the picture of truck drivers and transportation, is their sacrifice and their willingness to help others. And my gosh, who wouldn't be in love with owner operators and truck drivers?
Yeah.
When you have an experience like I had with my father and my brothers and Sam and Robert Warren, and then working in the industry where you can help make a difference in their lives. And to me, it's just always given me this sort of like idolization or love and dedication to this industry, to want to help every owner operator and every small fleet be as successful as they can by giving them information. And so to me, that's how I thank you for asking that question. I love to tell the story, because stories are what get people like him. That's what helps things, mean something. When you tell the story of how you got there. But yeah, so that's me and how I got in this industry, and I've not lost any enthusiasm for it since I started experiencing it.
Yeah, it comes through. It comes through in everything you say and the way you say it too. It's very clear that you do have a passion, and it makes sense. Hearing those stories, and it was those two men that kind of propelled you this direction. It makes a whole lot of sense.
Thank you.
Can we ask you, because of your optimism?
Yeah,
we have you. We talk to you pretty regularly.
The
past couple of years, there has not been, I mean, you can find optimism in anything, I suppose, but, it has been a couple years of just really tough conditions for truck drivers out there, for owner operators out there. As you kind of navigate all the information that you get there at truckstop.com, how do you kind of frame that when you get that information? Even if it's negative information, you're trying to help folks out there navigate the world and navigate the conditions out there. How do you kind of frame that, I guess, in your mind when you're looking at everything?
Yeah, to me, I try to kind of move back and take the perspective of, okay, well, if I'm a truck driver, what's important to me, and then what do I need to know that is the truth that doesn't change? And the truth that doesn't change is that you're running a business that, in order for the world that we live in America to work, they have to have what you do. So you are necessary to the economies of the 337 million people that live in America. And to me, that's a really incredible and honorable and should be a humble place for every owner-operator, every truck driver to think about as they run their business, whether it's great rates like we had in the middle of the pandemic, where you could just name your price and you could get $5 or $6 or $10 a mile. And some would say, oh, those were the best days ever. And I'd say, well, they're all really good days, because you're needed by your customers. And so that's not just needed, you're required. And so to me, that's a great place to be. And so I look at today, Scott. That's a good question, because a lot of people, and look, I get it's not as easy as it was, say, a couple of years ago. And those markets, those times, those aren't always normal. Normal is just the normal. It's like, okay, well, rates are always going to be, a challenge on one side or the other. But here's the thing, man. There's so much access for any trucking operation now to find freight availability, to find the rates and lanes, to find the most productive lanes, to be able to negotiate with people. There's so much information and power at your fingertips to allow you to run your operation. You almost have to choose to not make the decisions maybe that could be the most beneficial to you. You have to just choose, I'd rather have that than have this, because it's all at your fingertips. Yeah. And I mean, when you look at that, there's anywhere from, 400,000 to 600,000 loads every single day available among the van, flatbed, and reefer, and specialized and oversized, all the different parts of the market. That's right there at your fingertips. To me, I realize rates aren't maybe what they were or they could be in some areas, but I also look at freight because I see these rates, and I know that there's certain parts of the market that you can do very well. And to me, I look at the way that they can manage their business, Scott, and I just want them to be able to utilize the data. This is why I talk about it all the time, because I want every truck operation to be able to utilize the data to their best benefit, because there's nobody, and I mean nobody, that can accommodate to a challenging market better than an owner-operator. Because if you got 100 trucks, you know how long it takes to change behavior in 100 trucks? Long time.
Yeah.
If you got 1 or 2 trucks, you can change tomorrow, and you can figure out how to minimize this and maximize that, not spend this and do this to be able to create a profit. And man, there's plenty of opportunity, and that's why I just kind of continue to stay positive, because today there's no greater opportunity, because there's a lot of parity, because the data that's available to the owner-operator used to only be available if you were a big operation, and now it's available to anyone.
Yeah.
And looking at the market now that we're into July, how are things looking?
Well, it was a good week last week, and I'll tell you what, the pressure in the market is as you and I have talked about quite a bit, has continued to stay above normal. In other words, what I mean by is that there's more freight available for the spot market, the independent owner operator, the 1, 2, 3 truck operation out there. There's more freight available now than normally in a 5-year period. I always look at the 5-year period because it's super important to go, okay, well, is there more freight available? And there has been. We've never gone below the 5-year average, even after the pandemic. The pandemic, we had 3 times as much freight because everybody was buying so much stuff, and it's what drove the high rate marketplace. But the thing that's been really promising is that rates increased just week to week. From last week to 2 weeks ago, they went up 5 cents. Remember, we had a holiday week, and holiday weeks always drive rates a little higher. But here's the crazy thing. This is what gives me a lot of hope, and makes me feel a little bit more incredible there, Scott, which is van rates increased 21 cents from week to week, from $1.97 to $2.18. Now, this is the posted rate to the carrier, okay? So, and then flatbed stayed kind of even from $2.52, went up 1 cent to $2.53. But the big one was refrigerated rates went up. They increased 20 cents from $2.46 to $2.66.
Wow.
Now, if you include what happened 2 weeks ago, which is it went up 15 cents, in 2 weeks it's went up 35 cents to $2.66 a mile. And so to me, that just by itself should help you realize that there is great opportunity in this marketplace. And in the end, you've got to be able to know how to negotiate, and you got to know how to control your costs. You know, you maximizing all of your hours of service, every single load that you haul, because there's plenty of freight out there. And the other encouraging thing is, and Ashley and I talk about, you and I talk about this all the time, is the bigger part of the marketplace, the contract part of the marketplace, which is about 75% of the market, continues to reject freight. In other words, the freight that they had agreed to haul, they're rejecting it at a higher percentage of the normal. Normal is somewhere around 3 to 4%. If it gets above 5%, spot market freight, the ones that own the independent owner operators haul, there's more freight in that part of the market. That's why we continue to see it being above normal. Well, for the last 39 straight weeks, it's been over 5%, which is the bottom part of the marketplace. It's been, this past week, it was almost 7.5%, which means rates will go up and they'll be more positive for owner operators. And so just in general, that's it. The other thing, and this is really cool. Scott, Ashley, this is awesome. Okay. So post-pandemic, in other words, right as we came out of the cycle of the pandemic, contract rates have been above spot market rates.
Right.
For until this past weekend.
Did they finally caught up to each other?
Yes, they didn't just catch up, they went above. The van contract rate per mile, according to FreightWaves, and I pull a lot of information off of Sonar, it's a good platform. The contract rate for van, $2.31. Van spot rate, $2.39. 8 cents above. It's the first time, Scott, actually, that I've seen it above the contract market. And let me just say, if you're an owner-operator, this is a good thing. This is a great thing for you because it gives you more ability to, when you're negotiating with your brokers or you're negotiating with a shipper or you're negotiating wherever else you might negotiate, it gives you more ability to say, hey, I need 4 cents more per mile, 3 cents more per mile, 2 cents more per mile, 8 cents more per mile. And so this is why, Scott, Ashley, this is why I talk about all these numbers. And look, I'm like an ad hoc economist when it comes to this stuff because I love them because when you know the numbers and you're negotiating with somebody that's what they talk about all the time, guess what? You should be able to negotiate a better rate for yourself. But you got to know the numbers first. That's why I dig into them all the time.
Well, Brent, you buried the lead there because that's big. That's a big development. If the contract rate, that's a big development because we haven't seen that for what? It's been 2 years or more, I think, at this point, right?
At least 24 months, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. So that is we don't know what's going to happen, but that is a very positive sign about where we might be headed, right? Obviously, there are variables out there that can push that off course, but if we're heading that way, that's huge. I mean, that's a huge development.
It is, and I started saying this about in about October of last year because in 2024, Scott, so spot market rates were depressed about 30% below normal. All right, in 2024, we got about half of that pricing back. So then we're about 15% below the trend, the normal average trend of what rates should be. Well, you're seeing sequential increases of rates and freight availability inside the spot market, which means the rates will continue to move in an upward position, but they move slowly. And here's the thing: you want them to move slowly. You know why? Because you can go up fast in rates all you want.
Yeah.
But if inflation kills your profitability, it doesn't help you at all. We need to go up slowly. Yeah, you want to go up slowly so you don't bring back inflationary measures back into our economy. Remember that trucking is a derived. This is a fun word. A derived demand of the U.S. economy. In other words, we grow and we shrink according to the economy.
Yeah.
And so this should tell us that the economy is continuing to be strong. We'll continue to see the good things. Granted, there's a whole lot going on with the new administration, all kinds of new principles, and some big beautiful thing that's going to hit the marketplace, and there'll be some changes with that. But point being is that's exciting, Scott. Actually, that's exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting. Unfortunately, we're running short on time here, Brent, so we're going to have to toss it to a break here shortly. But we appreciate your positivity.
Very much so.
We will certainly talk to you again soon. And after the break here, we're going to be speaking with Alex Leslie with Atri about the cost of operations and just how bad they have been, unfortunately. But we'll find some positive things there as well. Our thanks to Brent Hutto of truckstop.com. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why? Wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit pittsburghpower.com and learn about OPS today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. It's going to come as no surprise to you that the conditions surrounding the trucking industry have not been favorable over the past few years. And that's the case even if you take capacity and demand and rates out of the equation. The American Transportation Research Institute just came out with its annual report that looks into just how much it costs to operate a truck, and the numbers paint a picture that isn't very pretty. Alex Leslie from ATRI helped put the new report together, and he joins us on the line now to walk us through it. Alex, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
How's life up in Minneapolis? That's where you are, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
It's going great. Yeah, great summer so far. The mosquitoes have been a little lighter than usual, so I'll take it.
Hey, that's good. Yeah, the land of 10,000 lakes. Is that what it is? I imagine you do have a lot of mosquitoes up there.
Yeah, 10,000 lakes and about 10 trillion mosquitoes.
who's counting though? Yeah, right, for sure. Speaking of annoyances, I was going to try to do a clever segue there. I'm not sure I did it, but we're talking operational costs. Obviously, ATRI's out with this new report. And you do this every year. Can you talk to me before we kind of dive into the numbers here? Just talk about the report itself and the intent behind it, because you're really compiling this and doing this to help folks out there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We started doing this operational costs report back in 2008 because really there wasn't any other good source in the industry for costs benchmarking. And that really is the core of this report, benchmarking your costs as a motor carrier. Of course, it has continued to grow and become enriched by a lot of other operational benchmarks, key performance metrics, and some revenue and operating margin metrics too. So it's really become a one-stop source of information that really, it's a barometer for the trucking industry, not only for fleets, but for all kinds of folks who work with motor carriers, whether that's in the realm of finance or insurance or you name it.
Yeah, I like that you kind of reference it as a barometer for the entire industry because, as you know, there are folks out there who are weathering the storm and doing well for sure. But I think overall the environment, blanket statement here, but overall the environment has not been great for the past couple years at the very least. And we're talking in terms of this report, 2024 numbers, which makes sense because you compiled them and put them out here. I am not going to cloud your judgment or, kind of bias you, I guess, in any way here. But as I'm looking at the numbers, they're kind of eye-opening in a number of ways. And again, I think they tell us what we kind of already know in some respects, but go through the numbers a little bit for us here. I guess starting with the average cost of operating a truck last year for, again, the average carrier out there.
Yeah, the average operating cost was $2.26 in 2024, and that number includes fuel. So if you take fuel out of the picture, it comes in at $1.77.9, so about $1.78 essentially per mile.
Right. So we had a decline in the overall operating costs, but when you factor out fuel, I suppose, right, they went up. And that was kind of a record, I believe, too, right? In terms of ATRI's reports here, we saw some record breaking there, I guess you could say, right?
Yeah. So if you look at that overall, sum of the total, costs went down by 0.4%, but again, for a lot of fleets, fuel is getting covered, or most of it at least, is getting covered by surcharge.
Right.
You're responsible for your own deadhead mileage, fuel, and that kind of thing, but a lot of that fuel cost is being covered by surcharge. So again, if you take that out of the picture, actually costs went up on average by 3.6%. And like you said, Scott, that does mark a new record high since we started, doing this report almost 2 decades ago.
So we'll certainly kind of dive into the numbers here and kind of talk about what they mean. But overall, when you hear that, and when I hear that, I think that's not great. And again, I think it kind of reflects what we're feeling out there and seeing out there. But the big takeaway for you from this, I would assume, would be that costs continue to go up, right? And it's a looming challenge for a lot of folks out there who are trying to make ends meet.
Yeah. I mean, you sit down and look, costs, they go up most years, right?
Right.
It's not often that things become less expensive. So, but part of this is you come in with clear eyes. Inflation in 2024 was about 2.9%. So, our 3.6, if you take fuel out of the picture, is not too much over that level. But again, this is in an environment where there's absolutely no give on the rate side of the equation, right? So It's one thing for costs to go up at a decelerating level, right? They've decelerated quite a bit. But when there's just absolutely no leeway coming from the rate side, where rates have either been stagnant or in some cases worse even over 24, that's really where fleets are getting squeezed. So it's sort of a strange mix there. On the one side, if you look at it, 2 years ago, costs went up by 12% in 2022. In 2023, they went up by 6.5%. In 24, they went up by about 3.5%, right? So we've essentially cut that number in half each year, which is good, but when rates are still so resistant, that's really where the profitability has been, frankly, squeezed dry in the industry this year.
Yeah, for sure. We knew just from being out there, we knew that fuel prices had gone down last year, and I think that factors into what we're talking about here. But it was interesting to me to see from the reporting here that repair and maintenance costs actually went down as well, which kind of surprised me. I don't know if maybe I shouldn't have been surprised, but that did kind of, make me take notice about that, because I wouldn't have expected that. But that's what did happen, right?
Yeah, and in fact, that's a data point that's corroborated pretty well by some of our other sources in the industry. Decisive, the fleet maintenance company, and ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, they also put out a quarterly report, and they tracked a pretty similar trend. Part of that is that parts costs have come down as part supply has improved, and that's been a process over several years, right, correcting for during the pandemic and the years immediately following 2020, when parts were rising at such a high rate because you just couldn't get what you needed.
Right.
So a big part of that 2% decline that we saw in R&M costs in 2024, frankly, is just a correction. They still stand at a historically pretty high level, just shy of 20 cents a mile. But like you say, that was a welcome source of at least some relief this year.
Yeah. And as you pointed out, I mean, true relief is going to come when rates go up, whenever that happens. And we see all these other kind of elements in the industry, pick up where they have been lagging for so long now. But, you found out in the report and talk about this a little bit too, about the operational impacts caused by the recession that we've been undergoing here for the past few years. You mentioned, truck capacity dropping 2.2% with carriers selling trucks. We've got empty miles rising to an average of 16.7%. And I think the number of drivers per truck fell to like 0.93 as carriers, sat down and parked their trucks to kind of wait out the storm here. When you look at it all together, it really does kind of paint a picture of an industry that is kind of stagnant, right? I mean, kind of just in neutral, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And it's really reflected in everything that you're seeing here. I imagine the people you talked to for the report and the input you got reflected that as well. I mean, what were they telling you about the conditions out there and kind of how they're trying to, I guess, survive through them?
Like you said, Scott, those data points, it's a lot of different numbers individually, but they really do come together to paint one single picture, which is an industry that really is beginning to freeze up. Capacity leaving the market, parking trucks, the ratio of non-driving employees to drivers, that shows that a lot of fleets have been, laying off office staff as well. So all of these figures sort of point towards, again, when you look back at 2023, it's very similar market conditions, very similar rates, but there was more optimism, I think, certainly in the data points that we saw, a lot of fleets were still increasing capacity. They were preparing for a turn in 2024. A lot of folks were not yet letting go of staff members, potential redundancies. A lot of that was still waiting and still kind of optimistic. This year in 2024, I think we really saw a flip there, where a lot of fleets have begun to now think in a slightly longer term about this freight recession.
Yeah. Is there anything from all the data that you got, anything that makes you feel optimistic about where we are? And I know that's a tough question, considering what we're talking about, but is there any sliver of hope there, any, silver lining that you see when you look at these numbers? Or is it pretty much just, hey, this is where we are right now and we're kind of stuck and eventually we'll be out of it. But for right now, this is where we are. I mean, what side of things do you kind of fall on there?
It's a really challenging freight market right now. So it's hard, it's hard to look for those points of optimism just because the reality out there is so difficult. There are spots where fleets can reduce costs, things like repair and maintenance. And, a few of those cost centers we saw increase at rates below inflation, which could, right? So there are some opportunities for fleets, even though it's hard to see what acts as a catalyst on the right of that equation.
Yeah. You also have the first quarter 2025 numbers in there, I think, just to kind of show, where we may be headed here, some trends that you're keeping an eye on. They're showing pretty much the same thing, right, from 2024. We're not seeing much change there as well.
Yeah, the numbers we're seeing from the first quarter of 2025, they do seem to be pretty much a continuation of the trends that we saw over 2024. The same three line items are increasing at the greatest rate. That would be truck and trailer payment costs, insurance premiums, and then driver benefits. And then, pretty much the same items are either decreasing or showing some area of at least relief. So tires, R&M costs were up a little bit, but that could still change. Early in the year, you tend to have more maintenance events. And then driver wages continued to decelerate in growth. So again, there are a few areas here where carriers can take advantage of cost savings opportunities. But, it is, again, an area of there's not a lot of wiggle room for most fleets right now.
Yeah. We started this off by talking about the intent of this report and kind of, hoping that it can help people make decisions as they navigate the storm out there, as it were. What do you hope people take away from this particular report, this 2024 report? How can they use it to do that, to help them make better decisions?
Yeah, cost benchmarking, so important, understanding where you fall in relation to your peers, understanding, not just on those cost benchmarks, but also on some of those operational benchmarks. To understand where you have room to make some of those adjustments, to make some of those savings decisions, and, where maybe you don't have as much room. And simply, in an environment like this, understanding your costs and understanding the industry's costs helps you make better decisions about the rates that you accept, in terms of ensuring that you've got something that's profitable, right, with margins so thin right now. Average margins below 2% in every sector other than LCL. It's imperative that fleets understand their costs and the relationship between those costs and operations. And we really do hope that our report is able to help provide some direction, at least, in that process.
Yeah, information is power. I keep joking with people that at some point I'm going to talk to you and talk to others, and we'll be talking about, another boom. Things are going great. Rates are up and everybody's doing well and we're all celebrating. That time is not now. It's not today. But it will come. And when it does, we'll talk to you about that. And I think the mood will be much lighter and hopefully much happier. But those times are coming. This is going to take a little bit of time, as we keep saying, right?
Yep. It's all a cycle.
Yes, and this has been one of the longer. It feels like a very long cycle, this particular one. But yeah, we will get out of it at some point. And Alex, when we do, we'll talk to you. If not before then, we'll definitely talk to you at that point. And again, we can celebrate the good times. But Alex, appreciate your time, and thanks for all the work you and your colleagues there do at ATRI. And we'll talk to you again soon.
Absolutely, Scott. Thanks.
Our thanks there to Alex Leslie of ATRI for his time and his work on this report. You can check it out at truckingresearch.org. As for us, Trucking with OIDA, we're going to take a break for a moment, but we're back right after this short commercial break.
Allen & Company and Big Al will be at the I-80 Truckers Jamboree. See you there.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Protect your diesel engine with Howe's Diesel Defender. Restore vital lubricity, eliminate injector deposits, and boost fuel economy by 5% or more. Power, performance, protection, all in one. Howe's Diesel Defender, available now.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
And welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Scott, still here?
Ashley, I think I'm here.
You are there. I can confirm. Mentally, I'm not sure if I'm all here, but, hey, showing up's half the battle, right?
Exactly.
Something like that. Great talk with Alex Leslie of ATRI. Just wanted to talk about that for a second here. Also, I think when you take into account, we had Brent Hutto and we had Alex Leslie, who both between them are swimming in data and information. With the idea being, with ATRI and with truckstop.com, the information is power. They want to make sure they're helping people. And in order to help people kind of make the best decisions for their operation, they need the information and data to make those right decisions. Yeah. So I think it's great kind of having both of them on together on the same day, because they both have the same goal. And that's kind of, figuring out what's going on out there and helping people the best way they can. So really appreciated talking with Alex there. We saw something earlier, Ashley, you and I, about high-speed rail, which I feel like in the U.S. is kind of I don't want to say a pipe dream. I mean, I see these things that come out of it. I'm like, that sounds really cool.
Yeah.
And I know California's working on one.
Is it actually going to happen?
Is it actually going to happen? Well, and there is I think a startup company. The name of that company is Ameristar Rail. They just came up with a plan. I guess they're trying to partner with Amtrak using existing infrastructure in the United States to come up with a high-speed rail system train between New York City and Los Angeles. And this kind of gets to this sounds great, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen.
And how high speed are we talking here? Because we don't have anything like this in the U.S., right?
We didn't. Yeah, there's no high-speed rail in the U.S. I mean, there are in other countries, obviously. I lived in South Korea for a while. They have a high-speed
how fast
rail.
Did that go?
Fast. I don't remember exactly how
do
fast it was.
They use the metric system?
Yes, they do use the metric system, like most of the world.
I think, most of the world.
Most of the world does, yeah.
America.
But I don't think we know, and maybe I missed it. Maybe it was in the article, but how fast it would go. But the trip between the U.S. or between Los Angeles and New York City would be, I think, 72 hours. Is of course the number of stops along the way, but.
It would be kind of neat.
It would be very cool, but again, I don't know how feasible it is. For passengers, this would be a great way to get from coast to coast, I think, pretty quickly. I think they did mention truck drivers as well, that they'd be able to kind of drive up, I guess, in their tractor and, hitch a ride on the train.
I can't picture that, but
I can't picture either. Yeah, a lot of these things I see that and I'm like, this sounds nice.
They also pitched that they would have this going by May 10th. Of 2026
for the World Cup,
the FIFA World Cup, and it coincides with the United States 250th anniversary celebrations. That seems ambitious.
It seems ambitious. I mean, again, the infrastructure is there, I suppose, but I don't know. I guess apparently they've pitched this to President Trump and the White House and Transportation Secretary Duffy and different lawmakers trying to get some momentum behind it. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
No pun intended.
No pun intended. Get this thing on the tracks. Get this thing moving down the tracks. I don't know.
Going off the rails.
Much
like this conversation.
Oh, all right. Well, that was harsh. Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know. Yeah, ambitious, I think, for sure. There was another thing too out of California, and we've talked about wildlife crossings quite a bit in recent years. I guess they're in the final phase of constructing the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Crossing, which is in Agora Hills. It's to go across U.S. Highway 101 to help with wildlife. Apparently, they're pretty close to getting that thing done. Obviously, saving animals. They mentioned the mountain lion. I think being isolated from populations, it's hindering them from breeding, essentially.
They could be extinct in 50 years.
Yeah, the conservationists are worried about that. So this is one way for them to obviously, get back and forth. So pretty cool there. Obviously protects humans
of course.
As well from crashes. And this is something that we hear quite a bit about in terms of wildlife collisions. So pretty cool there. And looking ahead to this week, Ashley, we talked a couple weeks back with Lee Meyer of the Iowa 80 to talk about the Walcott Truckers Jamboree. That is coming up Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of cool stuff there. We've talked about this. I have not been there. We were talking hot dogs earlier. They've got the pork.
The pork sandwich.
Yeah, they've got food there. They've got entertainment.
Sounds like a fun event.
It does sound like a very cool event. I would like to get up there. I'm not sure it's going to happen this week, but at some point we would like to do that.
Yeah.
And actually, again, we talked to Lee Meyer here, marketing manager for Iowa 80, just a couple weeks ago, previewing this event, looking ahead to it, and with it being a few days away, we thought it might be good to hear from Lee again, kind of explaining here what the event has in store.
We have a Super Truck Beauty Contest. We have our Antique Truck Display. Those both open on Thursday, July 10th, and they'll continue on through Saturday, July 12th. We also have our Iowa Pork Chop Cookout. That's our parking lot cookout. They're delicious. That starts at 11 each day and goes until 8:30 on Thursday and Friday and until 4:30 on Saturday. We also have our Trucker Olympics all 3 days, various times. Anyone with a CDL can come and show off their strength or their ability to catch a water balloon in our parking lot. It's great fun. There's prizes, so come and join us for that. We also have live music. So starting on Thursday at 5 p.m., we'll have the Jimmy Welty Band at the main stage. We'll also have Casey Musicman starting at 7. And on Thursday and Friday at 9 p.m., we also have our Lights at Night display and our fireworks. So it's super fun. People get to show off their lights and often their horns and their stereos, too. It gets kind of loud, but it's so fun and it's beautiful. It's one of my favorite parts of the Jamboree.
And, of course, Lee Meyer there talking about the Walcott Truckers Jamboree this weekend. Marty Ellis will be there with the OOIDA Spirit Truck.
Yeah.
He always loves people stopping by, saying hi. You can, of course, sign up for an OOIDA membership or renew your membership
at a discount.
Discounted rate. So definitely do that then.
Good to see Marty back on the road, too. I know he's been away for a little bit, so it'll be good to get him back out there.
I'm sure he's pumped to be back out as well.
I think so, too. I know he loves being home.
Yeah,
for sure.
Of course,
but
I think
he also loves what he does.
For sure.
So, yeah, it'll be good to see him back out there for sure. Absolutely. One other thing, too, to highlight here, and we talk about this every year, too, the OIDA Mary Johnston Scholarship. We've got the 2025 winners. This is, of course, a scholarship program that's been going on for a number of years now. About $400,000 has been awarded to children, grandchildren, and legal dependents of OIDA members over those years. And how it works essentially is we have one $2,000 winner, and we've got 4 $1,000 winners. That money obviously going toward their education, whatever they may be choosing to do. They've got to write an essay and kind of explain, what their idea is for their career path and why they, want to go down that route. And the big winner this year was Wyatt Arndt. He's a $2,000 winner. He wrote in his essay here that his dad is a big reason why he's going to higher education. to get his applied science degree in diesel mechanics. He said that trucking takes a special type of person who can barely stand to be away from home, but at the same time supporting their families all the way there. So congratulations to Wyatt. And congratulations to the other winners as well there. Cooper Daniel, Madison Worley, Sig Halverson, Michael Rotondo, and Owen Pingle for their wins there. A great thing. Really cool that they've been doing this for so many years and helping folks out, these kids out, these students out as they start their, educational careers.
And I think the only connection is they have to have something to do with trucking, right?
Yeah, they've got to be a child, grandchild, or legal dependent of an OIDA member. So that net is cast pretty wide. Yeah, it's really cool. Really cool that they do this, and I think it shows an appreciation from these young people that they appreciate the trucking industry and truck drivers and everything has done and is doing for the country as well. So pretty cool thing there for sure.
Yeah. Speaking of truck drivers, I talked to Long Haul Paul. He is a truck driver and singer, has quite a number of music videos on YouTube, and very interesting guy. He's just got a really cool story. Just came out with a new song, and the music video is quite incredible.
I'll have to check that out. And we're talking to him later this week.
Chat with him later this week. Yeah, really looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Long Haul Paul coming up. We've got a lot more coming up as well this week on Trucking with OIDA. Don't want to spoil it, but we'll be back with another show here in just a couple of days. So we thank you for listening. On behalf of Ashley, I'm Scott, and that's another edition of Trucking with OIDA in the books. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today. In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.